Good morning, everybody. I hope everyone had a great first day at the OGP Global Summit, and that some of you were able to listen to the really interesting discussion this morning on environmental democracy. This is the, I think, fourth of a set of strategic roundtables that we're hosting through this summit on key topics for the Open Government Partnership and for the world. So we have today the very crucial topic of how openness and open government can support stronger democracies. I think most of you will be familiar with some of the trends in the world in the last decade or so in terms of decline of democracy in parts of the world, polarization, and a real kind of feeling that democracy needs to deliver better, be more resilient, and we feel that open government is a key part of the answer. So today, the goal is twofold. It's firstly to hear from some of our countries and civil society partners around what are the reforms happening in your countries that are strengthening democracy using open government. So that will be part one. And in part two, we're going to discuss some of the strategies that we need to deploy globally to support reformers in government and civil society to strengthen democracy using open government. And we have a really great, rich mix of country experiences, civil society leaders and international partners around the room. I always have this image in my head that somewhere in the world there are a group of people meeting to discuss how to close down civic space and use kleptocracy to entrench their own power and polarize their populations. And I like to think of us as the alternative who are trying to do the opposite. And unfortunately, the other side have been having far too many successes in recent years. So this is a really important topic for us. We're going to start with two kind of opening speakers to help frame the discussion. And so I'm very pleased to first welcome on my right, Mr. Igor Taro, who is a member of parliament from Estonia. So big thanks again to the government and people of Estonia for hosting us. And he's also currently chair of the Constitutional Committee in Parliament. So I'm going to ask Mr. Taro first to give his thoughts on this topic. And I should say, sorry, housekeeping, apologies. We have four interpretation options: Spanish, French, Ukrainian, and English. And the channels are on the wall behind me. And again, this is a big group, so I want to keep things moving, no more than 4 minutes, please, per intervention. But first, Mr. Taro.
Thank you, Joe. I'm very glad to welcome you all here in Tallinn. I guess you have already familiarized yourself with this site, which is a good example of transition from closed for public Soviet-era industrial area to the open and evolving community-oriented creative space for hundreds of enterprises and organizations. Estonia began its transition along with many Eastern European countries. We had our window of opportunity when the Soviet Union collapsed. Not everyone succeeded to build a democratic and open society who then had a historic opportunity. Some are right back there where we started more than 30 years ago. This reminds us that the process of democratic transition to open government is not linear. Even in EU, in this part of the world, we have seen internal setbacks. We feel them even in our parliament, when the losing party is questioning the results of free elections. We have to cope with external pressure after our neighboring country, Russia, goes to war against its peaceful neighbor, Ukraine, and starts to spread its war propaganda over the borders using social media digital platforms, and sophisticated algorithm-based technologies. Although it seems quite peaceful here now, we have certain challenges on how to cope with the external threats and not become the oppressors of free press when we have to limit hostile propaganda, or how to overcome obstruction in parliament so that the rights of opposition remains unharmed. I would like to address 4 main principles: transparency, participation, inclusiveness, and accountability. With these 4, we can speak about open government. And only with open government we can have truly democratic society. All the 4 principles are tightly connected to digitalization. Digital process makes it very easy to spread and access information, to exchange views and have discussions, and also to make requests to get any important data. Of course, having an e-government app alone does not make open government happen. It is actually a process behind it. I would name it a stakeholder approach, which is similar to the modern business administration studies, where stakeholders are considered as important as shareholders of the company. In our legislation process, there are 2 phases where stakeholders can participate. The first is when a legislation development intention is formulated by the government. And the second is when the bill is passing through the committees in Parliament. All kinds of interest groups have the open access to the government agencies, as well as to the legislators. We even have a special backdoor for the citizens' initiatives. If you get at least 1,000 confirmed signatures under your petition, it is going to be processed in a parliamentary committee. And I deal with them all the time. And then there are written appeals of the citizens which have to be answered in 30 days. We are discussing to shorten this deadline in half. There is also a public information law which mandates the sharing of information in 5 days. Usually, the press doesn't have to appeal to this law because normally they want to get answers much more faster. As you suspect, open government cannot evolve in a closed and uninclusive society. Freedom of the press, freedom of expression, and different platforms for civil society are the necessary foundation for the openness. In Estonia, we have moved from small community cleanup initiatives in the villages to a national opinion festival, which is decentralized and open to everyone who wants to improve debate culture and civic education. But I'm not going deeper into this topic because the following speaker will most probably address this issue. I just wrap it up by stating that nobody in Estonia believed that such fast transition is possible, but we still did it. And I guess it's always worth to try. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Igor. We've really, I think, been learning so much about that journey that Estonia has taken, and has really been an inspiration for all of us to learn, and also welcome your honesty about also the challenges and the constant need for renewal and improvement. It's really inspiring for us. As you said, and our second speaker will now, I think, zoom out to look at the global picture, and we have Salil Shetty here, Vice President of Open Society Foundations and a long-time advocate for human rights and democracy around the world. Over to you, Salil.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you to the OGP for having Open Society Foundations speak here. I was thinking about, the various climate summits and meetings we're having across the world. And obviously, I think we've recognized how much of a crisis we are dealing on the climate front. And I thought that if OGP and the OGP summit was something like the IPCC for democracy, then this summit would be declaring that we are at a tipping point when it comes to democracy. And the democracy story is a bit like that, you were talking about images, Joe, and that image of that frog which is in a pot of water, and the water is slowly boiling and the frog doesn't quite realize what's going on, and it dies a rather unpleasant death. So I think the democracy story is a bit like that frog in the water. And we are kind of, missing at the wheel in a sense, just when the whole place is going completely in the wrong direction. All the indices, as you know, are pointing in the wrong direction, whether it's VDEM or, the EIU, or every index that you're following is telling us about backsliding. And in some ways, I call the democracy crisis as a kind of father of all crises. I mean, I won't call it mother, because normally it's men who are responsible for most of the crisis in the world. So I think it is a father of all crises, because we have, if you don't have the right system of governance, the right people leading how you're tackling climate or women's rights or inequality or any of these questions, if you don't have the right people in power and the right governance system in place, how are we going to crack all the other problems? So it is, I think, the underlying problem is not having the right governance mechanism and the right people leading. And we seem to be able to respond quite well if it comes to sort of extreme and more typical authoritarian forms of government. So if it's North Korea or Russia or China, there's a handful of countries. We know how to handle that, because that's typical. And of course, in this vicinity with what's happening, we are kind of very preoccupied with the countries which are the obvious ones. But I think that we are dealing with a whole new phenomenon now, which is what I've been calling elected authoritarianism, which is where we actually are ill-equipped to handle this new phenomenon, because these leaders, these regimes are coming to power with public support. They're actually getting elected. And the way in which they get elected is by, othering and polarizing, and we have enough examples. So there's a real possibility that Trump might be in the race again. That's the most visible one, because it's the United States. But we've had Bolsonaro, we have Orban, we have Modi. The list is long. Erdogan. These are countries which, in front of us, it's happening, and we don't quite know how to deal with this, because what happens is that they come with popular mandates, but once they are in power, then they completely, compromise all the democratic institutions, weaponize social media, capture mainstream media institutions, compromise all the institutions which, including the judiciary, pretty much silence all critics, whether from opposition or civil society. And we've seen this time and again. And the othering of whether it's women on sexual reproductive rights, LGBT, refugees, and most commonly Muslims is, I think, almost like a pattern which we're seeing in so many parts of the world. And of course, most of these people who come to power, they have kind of made it into a fine art on the corruption question, because even the corruption process now is a very sophisticated one. It's a deep virus, but it's not done in the old style. People have figured out how to do this in very, very refined methods. So I guess the question is, why has this happened? Why have we ended up in this place? And you can't generalize, of course. Each place is different. But we know that country after country, people are voting in, voting out what they see as the establishment. The trust levels are very low, and they bring in who are considered to be fresh and new, and those who are going to drain the swamp. And we've heard all these words. Of course, they're not quite that. They're pretending to be that. But and this is happening. And even like what we've seen in Argentina most recently, young people have actually voted for kind of an extreme right-wing politician, at least in the first round that we've seen. And what has happened in the last 2 or 3 decades is that the West has offered a neoliberal package as the answer to human problems. And this package included free markets and electoral democracies. And we know now in the last, in reality, all the evidence is showing that this package has not really worked. It's increased inequality. It's not given voice to people. We've ended up with oligopolic market formations where a few corporate houses are tied up with the governments, and the huge financing of these regimes are in place, well in place. And I think you're all very familiar with this story. So I think the question, therefore, is like, so does it mean, therefore, that people have lost faith in democracy? Because you could come to that conclusion that, ultimately these are people who are getting elected. So maybe that's what is needed, and I wanted to disabuse this audience, at least, of this kind of fallacious conclusion, because we have just finished a huge survey which is coming out, the results of which are coming out very soon. It's an Open Society Barometer for 2023 with over, I think, 30,000 respondents plus, including in China and India, which normally do not get included in a lot of the surveys. And there's more than 20 countries have been involved in this. The full report will come out very soon. But the headline is that there's overwhelming support from democracy, for democracy and for human rights and freedoms. So I just wanted us to be clear that the issue is not about whether democracy works or not. It's a question of whether the people we're electing are the right people, and whether that democracy is able to deliver in a tangible way. So I think that's really what it comes down to. So you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Now, so how do we crack this? Where do we go from here? I think that, of course, developing countries, the governments and the people and societies have a primary responsibility to deal with this, but the Western powers, I think, also have a lot to account for. As I said, one is to get away from the obsession with elections. Of course, we do need elections, but if we don't have the culture, the foundations where democracies can flourish, then you can, what's happened with the authoritarian leaders is they've figured out how to game elections. Because it's not that difficult to game it, these days. So they figure that out, and the legitimacy is coming from winning elections, and we have to be super conscious of this. And secondly is the selective, condemnation of human rights abuse and authoritarian rules from the Western powers is highly problematic. So if it is Saudi Arabia or India, etc., then the US and the Western powers will be silent because their commercial interests are far more important, and security interests precede their values and principles. So this is a big, big challenge. But I think that beyond that, I think there's a whole lot of rethinking that we need to do on, what do we mean by a democracy that delivers? And in that context, I just wanted to mention that in the Open Society Foundation, we've launched something quite concrete called the Lab for Democratic Renewal, which is on the one hand working to support those who are fighting authoritarianism, elected authoritarianism on the ground, but equally, sitting down to reflect on what do we mean by democracy that delivers into the future? How do we deal with, the aspirations of younger people, of the new digital era? How do you refresh democracy? And we are hoping that, many of you who are in the room can join us in this kind of deep thinking on what do we need for the future. We have to recognize that while authoritarian regimes and leaders have used this opportunity to abuse democracy, but it's equally true that the system itself has serious deficiencies. It's out of date in many ways. So if we don't sit down and think about what do we need for the future, what are the principles of democracy into the future, and how do we operationalize it, I think we can all be in deep trouble. So I wanted to end with that, that information, but also an invitation to all of you to any of you who are interested, both at the conceptual level as to what do we mean by democracy that delivers, but also in an operational sense where the work of OGP is very, very important on, how do you convert these lofty principles into concrete actions at the ground level. So I'm looking forward to the discussion, and thank you again.
Thank you very much, Salil. I knew Salil would be provocative and candid with us, which is the spirit of this discussion. And I think you set up very nicely the strength of the people around this table, which is the concrete actions that we can take to strengthen democracy. There are plenty of global fora where we talk about democracy in terms of values and big declarations and big words, but I always feel like this is the group that actually focuses on the action. So what we're going to do in the first round of interventions is hear what are some of those practical steps that civil society and government leaders are taking to strengthen their own democracies. You all know the themes of this summit by now, so that includes the role of open government in fighting corruption, including in procurement and illicit finance, digital governance, including regulation of new technologies and harnessing digital tools for citizen feedback, opening up civic space and encouraging public participation, access to justice and open justice, and environmental democracy and climate change. So those are some of the themes that I'm sure we'll hear about the role of open government in terms of strengthening democracy in those areas. And I want to ask people if they want to come in round one. If you indicate to me with your placard or wave, I'll keep a list. But I did want to start with a couple of interventions from some of our very long-standing leading countries in OGP. So we have Dr. Korea as the incoming co-chair, the government of Kenya, Principal Secretary for Foreign Affairs, who's been with us for a long time, and Secretary Amina Pangdaman from the Philippines. So we'd like to hear from the Kenya and Philippines experiences to start with, and then I'll open it up. So maybe I can turn to Dr. Korea first.
Thank you very much, Joe, and thank you very much to the government of Estonia for hosting this excellent summit. I just got in from Nairobi last evening, and I'm really excited that that this summit is off to a great start. So we live in a world of hybrid threats where democratic institutions, norms, and even practices are increasingly appropriated and hijacked by nefarious actors to serve counter-democratic ends. The digital commons is not merely inhabited by democracy-affirming actors, but by an equal number of those hell-bent on weakening and even overturning democratic governance. And instead of Fukuyama's utopia foreseen in the end of history, we've been thrown back, violently even, to Samuel Huntington's jungle in the clash of civilizations. In this context, democracy must count for something. The demand that democracy must produce tangible, transformative, developmental dividends for citizens, and I hear Salil mention this, is something that can no longer be ignored. The days when a minimalist orientation of democracy held sway, where the expectation of periodic elections would suffice, no longer holds. Instead, a demand for a maximalist scope of democracy, producing prospects for improved life, projects for citizens, including those in the margins, resonates the globe over, ever more so in younger democracies in Africa. And so we must take the fight for democracy into the digital realm. And I think the view that Kenya holds is that OGP aids this maximalist conception for democracy. And so what has Kenya done, or what does Kenya intend to do? Number one is to continue broadening the scope of open governance by publishing on an annual basis a State of Openness report. The recent past, Kenya government has digitized over 1,000 services, government services, making it possible for citizens to access these services much more efficiently and optimally, and mitigating human interface and therefore corruption. Thirdly, Kenya government is in the process and continues to hold the view that institutional strengthening is critical. And so strengthening anti-corruption institutions, including the asset recovery frameworks, the beneficial ownership frameworks, and the open contracting frameworks, continue to progress in this regard. But lastly, really to mention that we must work in concert to make democracy, to make the utility of democracy resonate again as it used to 2 or so decades ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Korea. And again, big congratulations to the government of Kenya for becoming the next co-chair after Estonia. So we'll be hearing a lot more from Kenya in the coming days and weeks. Sekamina.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. To our colleagues from the Open Government Partnership community, a pleasant morning to all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Philippines is the first constitutional democracy in Asia. It was also in the Philippines that the historic People Power Revolution took place 37 years ago. As a true statement to the Philippines' thriving democracy, no less than our President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr., said at the last People Power anniversary, and I quote, "I am one with the nation in remembering those times of tribulation and how we came out of them united and stronger as a nation. I once again offer my hand of reconciliation to those with different political persuasions to come together as one in forging a better society, one that will pursue progress and peace and a better life for all Filipinos. I believe this is a prime example not only of political maturity and our President's strong commitment to unity and peace, but also of the true democracy that we are blessed to have in the Philippines. According to the Economist Intelligence Unit, a London-based think tank, the 2022 Democracy Index of the Philippines was 6.73 out of 10, while a local survey conducted in the last quarter of the same year found that a record high of 89% of Filipinos were satisfied with how our democracy works. These statistics reveal that our democracy, while present, is still a work in progress. We are also happy to note that while a report from Freedom House says that the global freedom declined in the worldwide for 17 consecutive years, the Philippines, however, we are just happy to note that we've gained improvements for the past years. Thus, it is still, again, a work in progress, and nevertheless, we are striving to make it the best quality of democracy we can provide for the Filipino people given our socio-political context. Revitalizing democracy and strengthening democratic institutions require a constant effort, especially as we face more complex challenges in these changing times. That is why, on our end, we have been working very hard to strengthen open government in the Philippines. And I am proud to share that our hard work has begun to bear fruit. Last June 20, 2023, our President signed Executive Order Number 31, which we initiated. This is a landmark EO. For the first time, institutionalizes the Philippine Open Government Partnership, or the PHOGP. This entails the creation of a policy and decision-making multi-stakeholder forum composed of government and civil society representatives. It also formalizes the country's commitment to open governance through the PHOGP National Action Plan. Through this EO, we are transforming the whole of government approach into what we can call the whole of open government approach, as the executive, legislative, and judicial branches, in spite of being independent of each other, come together to harmonize our open government initiatives. We also plan to cascade this to the local level, ensuring vertical and horizontal open government integration. Further, we are now preparing the country's first ever medium-term OGP National Action Plan, which has a new feature in its design process through a technical intervention that ensures symmetry across commitment designs from results to milestones following theories of change. On top of this, the Philippines remains committed to strengthening democracy and open government by having an open budget, as we publish all our budget documents, open contracting, and where we encourage open information in all stages of our procurement processes, and open dialogue where we encourage public participation in policymaking. We believe democracy is the best foundation for a sustainable and prosperous society, a society that we commonly aspire for in our countries. But the success of our efforts would only be possible through the support of the whole OGP community. Together, let us scale up our actions in advancing reforms to build healthier and more vibrant democracies for our nations and the generations to come. Let us truly embody a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, because a democracy without participation is no democracy. Again, thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Secretary Amina and Dr. Korea. So we've heard two really interesting examples on the institutionalization of open government, taking it to all levels and branches, and bringing in, trying to build a broader coalition, including finding those champions across the government. And it's again, really good to hear that how strategically you're thinking about that process. So I want to hear from just a couple more of the kind of country, if you like, examples, and then I'm going to call in a couple of our OGP envoys. So maybe I can turn to Dominican Republic. So Berenice Barrenas, who's Executive Director of the Office of Government Ethics and Integrity. And of course, we heard from your president yesterday in the opening. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Joel. Thanks to the government of Estonia to hold this OGP summit as well. I will speak in Spanish. Sí, muchísimas gracias. Es un placer para el gobierno de la República Dominicana estar acá en esta cumbre global de gobierno abierto, justamente compartiendo estos temas tan importantes que tienen que ver con el fortalecimiento de la democracia, justamente a través de lo que es el gobierno abierto. Desde República Dominicana creemos fuertemente en que solamente logrando llevar a las personas, logrando elevar la voz de las personas a la concreción de las políticas públicas es que podremos construir una verdadera democracia. Y es por eso que allá hemos tomado medidas importantes relativas a justamente poder empoderar a la ciudadanía y poder lograr que su voz se escuche. Al final la democracia se trata de esto, se trata de lograr que las personas y su voz sea escuchada y se conviertan en políticas públicas que sean inclusivas, que sean transparentes y que podamos rendir cuentas también de lo que estamos haciendo con esto. De esta manera, allá, a través de los planes de gobierno abierto y este último, quinto plan de gobierno abierto, quiero señalar dos compromisos importantes. Este plan tiene 10. Quiero enfatizar en dos de ellos. Uno tiene que ver con la apertura de las demandas territoriales y el otro con el gobierno abierto, el acceso a la información pública en las gobernaciones. El gobierno entiende que la única forma de alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible y equilibrado es justamente lograr llegar al territorio. Y para esto existen lo que son los consejos de desarrollo provincial, donde las personas pueden decir, o sea, qué es necesario para sus países, qué es lo importante para sus países. Utilizando el gobierno abierto y lo que la ley establece de que es necesario pues, realizar estos consejos, hemos logrado que esto, que es lo que requiere la ciudadanía en cuanto a inversión pública, sea transparente. De tal manera que a través de una plataforma única, estas demandas territoriales son recogidas y todo el mundo puede conocer qué es lo que se está solicitando, qué es lo que se requiere como inversión pública, pero no solamente eso, sino cuáles de estas demandas territoriales van a ser efectivamente realizadas y van a ser colocadas en el presupuesto nacional, en el presupuesto público, y de esta manera también estamos transparentando las demandas, lo que se va a traducir en inversión pública y a través del presupuesto que para estos efectos se le coloca. De esta manera colocamos y estamos tratando de lograr que la ciudadanía se convierta en un actor clave que tenga una participación activa en el proceso de creación y de la selección de esa inversión que se va a desarrollar en el territorio, fomentando de esta manera la participación ciudadana, no solamente en la formulación de las políticas públicas, sino también en la aplicación de las políticas públicas. Sin participación no tenemos democracia. Luego, entonces, tenemos obligatoriamente que seguir profundizando en lo que son las políticas públicas y el acceso a la información. De esta manera, entonces, el otro compromiso que quería comentarles es justamente gobierno abierto y acceso a la información pública en las gobernaciones. Las personas quieren conocer que se traduzca en cosas reales. Cuando le hablamos tal vez de rendición de cuentas de presupuestarias, tal vez no entienden bien cómo les afecta eso en su vida. Ahora bien, a través de este proyecto de acceso a la información, de transparencia y de gobierno abierto en las gobernaciones, estamos llevando a este detalle de la beca de estudios, la calle, la solución de la calle o el agua o el alumbrado en sus respectivas comunidades, de tal manera que la sociedad pueda tener de primera mano en la localidad qué es aquello que está recibiendo, que puede recibir y que puede demandar de su gobierno. Y por último, y no menos importante, para luego seguir ya en una segunda conversación, en la segunda ronda, la existencia del foro multiactor. O sea, el gobierno de la República Dominicana, confiada plenamente en abrir los espacios de participación a las personas, pues ha creado lo que es el foro multiactor compuesto por sociedad civil, el sector privado, la academia, de tal manera que a través del mismo pueda no solamente formularse, sino darle seguimiento a todas las políticas de gobierno abierto en República Dominicana, garantizando que la sociedad participe de forma organizada. En este mismo foro multiactor, ya como algo en el que seguimos avanzando, los temas más importantes son focalizados y a través de lo que será esta estrategia cívica de que habló nuestro presidente en el discurso de ayer, la estrategia de espacio cívica, se seguirá fortaleciendo a los fines de que exista una verdadera red nacional de ciudadanos participando por temas para poder colocarlo en la agenda pública. Es el inicio de la conversación. Muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad.
Thank you so much. Really, really interesting intervention. And I've heard from several governments already in the last couple of days, this point you make about how citizens experience changes to things like the budget and how they understand that as a democratic decision, not a technical decision. It's really important that people understand that, but it's great to hear the plans you have. So we've heard from, if you like, 4 continents, from Estonia, from Kenya, from Philippines, from Dominican Republic. So I'm going to ask now Doug Rutson, President and CEO of the International Centre for Nonprofit Law and an OGP Steering Committee member, just to reflect a bit on what you've heard before we then go back and hear a few more examples from other countries around the room.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, OGP. In many countries, the rule of law has been converted to the rule by law to compress civic space. In some countries, it's restrictive civil society legislation. In others, it's overbroad counterterrorism measures. In many others, it's the misuse of transparency and the language of open government to stigmatize civil society, to restrict international funding, and to claim that civil society are foreign agents. Dear colleagues, OGP was created on the premise that civil society is a full and equal partner in advancing open government. But during the consultation process on OGP's new strategy, we heard loud and clear that there are too few commitments by OGP member countries to protect civic space. But progress is possible. but we must have a multi-stakeholder dialogue. Just looking around this table, I think of our host country, Estonia, where the parliament, the government, and civil society work together to create a solid legal infrastructure for remarkable civil society, a glimpse of which you've seen here at the summit. Or Ghana, where the government and civil society are working together to revise the MPO bill. Where I see Shannon Green across the table. Under the leadership of President Obama, she did a remarkable job engaging with national security officials and civil society to address challenges that were considered intractable, counterterrorism measures that were restricting civil society. So how do we build on these examples using OGP? 3 concrete recommendations. 1, let's make civic space a specific agenda item in OGP co-creation processes. 2, as civil society, let's work together to develop a manageable list of civic space priorities. And finally, let's answer the call of OGP and address the civic space challenge. Let's co-create commitments that will enable civil society to play its critical role in combating corruption, renewing democracy, and advancing other key challenges of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doug. Very clear call to action, and would be great as we move through the conversation to hear people's reflections on that. I'm now going to call another one of our stalwarts from the OGP Steering Committee, Pak Yanwar, who's also an OGP envoy from the government of Indonesia and played an instrumental role on the negotiation of the SDGs. Pak Yanwar.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning, friends, champions, reformers. Just to continue what Doc just mentioned, I know that you call upon 4 areas, Joe, but if you may, allow me to speak for the interest of time, 2 main important areas. One is on the civic space and public participation. Now on the real action that we are doing in Indonesia. I know that Indonesia is not a perfect example, but we are trying. We realize that one of the important components of a robust civic space is the presence of empowered actors. On this basis, the government tried to provide some financial support and capacity building for Indonesian civil society through what we call special type of procurement that civil society can apply for with supervision and work together with the government institutions responsible for budgeting. That's one. Second, the government is also working to strengthen and improve public elections. We are having our general election next year, very challenging one. And what we are doing includes preventing and handling public election disinformation and providing citizens with timely, transparent, accessible electoral information in open data format. We did this back in 2014, 2019, and the next one in 2024. These commitments have been raised in our OGP and Open Government Indonesia National Action Plan since 2016, up to the most recent one. The third one on the civic space is we are working to improve legal regime for the protection of civic space and public participation. Currently, through our National Action Plan, we collaborate with civil society to enhance and strengthen regulations on personal data protection. This is quite crucial. I will skip area 2 and 3. I believe many of you will respond to that, but on the area 4, democracy and environmental justice, because I think this is quite important. The environmental law in Indonesia recognizes that the rights that environmental activists should not be prosecuted, or should. when they undertake legal measures. Judges and prosecutors have an internal guideline for this one, which regulates the detail of handling the so-called anti-SLAPP cases. SLAPP is a strategic lawsuit against public participation. So we recognize that such guidelines are not uniform yet in Indonesia, and that the police force are yet to adopt such guidelines. So we recognize this gap, and in our National Action Plan, the Indonesian Police and the National Commission for Human Rights are collaborating with civil society to create a research product which could help the police develop their own anti-SLAPP guidelines. And lastly, the government of Indonesia recognizes the importance of providing accessible information regarding the environmental and climate change. So in our National Action Plan, the latest one, we bring relevant ministries and civil society together to develop a one data system for national resources, environment, and spatial information. I hope this can be sharing for all of you on the real action in the field, how we work together with the civil society. Thank you.
Thank you both. I think that was a really interesting two interventions, because obviously Doug raised the use of the law to restrict space, and we heard from Indonesia moves to address strategic litigation against civil society, which is obviously a key action that governments can take. So I'm looking, again, if you want to indicate that you would like to come in this section, otherwise I'll keep calling people. And I am also going to ask people off the table. This is not, I know this room is quite formal, but I will try and bring in people who are not at the table. But maybe I can turn next to the delegate from Ghana, if you would like to make an intervention around Ghana's journey on open government and strengthening democracy.
Thank you very much, and we continue to thank the government and people of Estonia for the warm welcome and the facilities put at our disposal for this summit. Ghana is a democratic nation with very active political parties. We have gone through a number of coups and coming back to civil. We've had, since 1992, 8 successful, free and fair elections. And it's interesting to note that our parliament has a seating capacity of 275. Today, the government has 138 seats, and the opposition, or the minority, 137. So there's a difference of 1. To me, it's a clear message to the political party in power that you must consult. You must get everybody on board. Our parliament cannot pass any financial legislation without 2/3 majority. All other decisions is simple majority, but financial laws must be 2/3, including our budget approval. And with 1-person majority, obviously, you must be in consultation all the time with the minority. And this is happening very, very well in Ghana. Ghana has utilized open government principle to fight corruption in various ways. Government has institutionalized beneficial ownership regime in Ghana, and this has enhanced transparency from all angles. And this is done through the registration of companies at the Registrar General ab initio, and then filing of their annual returns and amendment of existing regulations. And so far, it's been moving very well. Transparency in procurement, since a lot of government resources is spent on procurement, is also been automated. We now have online procurement, and payment is online. And therefore, we're getting all this under a law we call gift mix. You take all the relevant details from the supplier, and you are paid online. The idea is to minimize interface between persons as much as possible. And so far, it's working well. We have a public sector reform secretariat established under my chairmanship to look at 13 different services rendered by government. And these 13 services include passports, driving licenses, birth and death registry, and all the normal services a government should render to its people. And the idea is to automate all of them to minimize human intervention. And so far, so good. Audit reports within the last year have shown very interesting reports. Irregularities reduced among District Assembly Common Fund by 19% from the Auditor General's report. Irregularities between municipal and district assemblies reduced by 31% from the previous years to the latest. Irregularities on pre-auditing of educational system, and we have our second cycle institutions are free, and one area of a lot of corruption has been reduced by 59%. And we're very happy with the way things are going in respect of these. Regarding illicit finance, Ghana passed the Anti-Money Laundering Act 2020, Act 1044, which led to the establishment of Financial Intelligence Center to assist in combating money laundering and terrorism financing, among others. This, among other actions, convinced the European Union to promise removing Ghana, who has been listed under money laundering and terrorist financing watchdog. And I'm happy to announce that Ghana's name has been removed from the list. Ghana went ahead and made commitment in its fourth OGP action plan to effectively implement all the Anti-Money Laundering Act, and we are doing so, and so far so good. Ghana is strengthening democracy through regulation of new technologies, because you can't really run any system in the modern system without modernizing, without automation. Laws related to digitalization, such as Electronic Communication Act has been passed, Electronic Transaction Act has been passed. Cybersecurity latest has also been passed. We've put in place the Cybersecurity Authority to also make sure that our national security is protected as we allow a lot of these latest laws to come in. And this is also going on quite well. On the interface of customs, which is an area where corruption has always been very strong, we cooperating with South Korea to have what we call paperless custom transaction, using a lot of scanners, and now at our harbors and various points of entry, we are clearing goods without any human interface. In fact, custom revenue went up by 39% with the introduction of this automation. And we're very happy with what we are getting so far. We also have gone paperless on street naming and housing address. And now in Ghana, you have a GPS address system, and every house in the major cities are connected on the GPS. You can drive to the appropriate house with this GPS technology. And it has also worked so far so well. Electrical consumption in houses are now gone through prepaid system. And you need to buy in advance the prepaid to install in your prepaid system so that you get your power flow. Without you buying in advance the power, you can't have the power. And this is also working very well with the system. We have established National Citizens Participation Framework, where the public must participate in the budget preparation. The budget by law now must be translated in 5 different languages after the budget is presented to enable the locals also understand the budget. Our official language is English, but we have so many other languages. So far, I would say that using automation, we have done quite well. We have not done this without challenges. There's a lot of resistance from the bureaucracy. Anytime you automate, you have these problems. But I'll say that so far, so good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Extremely interesting, and the range of ways of which government is becoming more accessible to citizens. Really good examples. Thank you very much. So I have three hands, and then I'm going to turn to two countries here who are not yet members of OGP, but have come to listen and learn and contribute. So, but first I'm going to turn for your contributions to Armenia, Guatemala, and then UK civil society. 4 minutes maximum, please, and then we'll turn to our two guests from Gambia and Nepal.
Thank you so much. I would like to share the experience of the Republic of Armenia, how the independent state democratic institutions can promote integrity and accountability, but also strengthen democracy in the country. On behalf of Corruption Prevention Commission, I would like just to present a few examples how the accountability and transparency is strengthened in a country at individual and institutional level. And by naming institutional and individual, I mean holding public officials accountable for their behavior in a process of decision-making, but also in their life, for their wealth, for their connections, and anything that is done through the public position. This is about the system of declarations that the country enhanced enough and automated fully now to make this data available not only for public, but also integrating the algorithmic decision-making function of the system that allows to compare and cross-check the information with other state registries and use the pop-up data as a red flags to do the investigation if needed. Another measure that has been newly introduced in the country is so-called integrity checking, which is common also for some of Eastern European countries, which means that new entrants for the candidates for certain important positions, judiciary, prosecutorial positions, and investigative positions, are held accountable for their previous work, for their connections, for their wealth, to ensure that possible reoccurrence of any corruption act in a position will not be possible. And this is very much interesting practice that has been implemented so far, and the results were helping the government to hold accountable not only those who are trying to enter into the system and have a new position, but also at the institutional level now decision-making for appointments, for example, at the judiciary, at the prosecutorial offices are also holding accountable. Currently, there is a draft law that will support the government to apply the same measure for acting judges, prosecutors, and investigators, and at the same time to have the trust of the society that this process is really fair, impartial, and also increasing the integrity across the government. There are discussions to have these final acts and so-called integrity conclusions public, so the society also can get the information. At the level of individual behavior, what was the measure also, which is part of the current OGP action plan also, we have committed to have the state registry for the gifts that public officials are receiving, and this platform also is available for the society. That all the electronic sources that we are using are interlinked in a way that we can kind of see the possible conflict of interest when it comes also the part of the commitments of the government for beneficial ownership, for example, holding also political parties accountable for their financial transactions and financial activities. And interlinkage of all these systems allows not only the state institutions, but also civil society, media, to use this data and have their own investigations. At the institutional level, what was very much really interesting that the country start to implement a so-called corruption risk assessment, which is done at the institutional level. So we have introduced as a corruption prevention institution the methodology to measure the possible risks at the institutional level. So it's not only that individual behavior, but also the procedural aspects of the certain governmental institutions can be accountable, not only for the government itself, but also for the public, to allow possibility of preventing any kind of wrong happenings at large. So these are just selected examples of the institution, and soon we would be very much happy to share also achievements in this regard, including the achievements when it comes to the implementation of the national plan under the OGP commitment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's go straight to Guatemala.
All right, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Bueno, en Guatemala hoy vivimos un importante retroceso democrático e histórico. El país siempre ha liderado los últimos lugares en los indicadores de calidad democrática, pero también los primeros en corrupción, y eso no es casualidad. Hay un vínculo directo entre la calidad de la democracia y el combate a la corrupción. Y una variable clave es precisamente la transparencia. De las primeras leyes que aprobó el actual gobierno, el actual Congreso, tenía que ver con reprimir organizaciones no gubernamentales, sociedad civil, reducir libertades de expresión, por ejemplo, y esta era la antesala precisamente de un gobierno muy opaco, muy corrupto y muy autoritario. Esto es porque los regímenes de corrupción tienden a tener prácticas autoritarias porque no tienen legitimidad y no pueden ser transparentes de cara a la ciudadanía. Si un gobierno no da resultados en reducción de pobreza, aumento de inversiones o reducción de desigualdades porque se está literalmente robando el dinero del pueblo, la única forma para mantenerse en el poder es con autoritarismo y prácticas dictatoriales. Y eso es precisamente lo que estamos viendo hoy en Guatemala. Un ejecutivo sin legitimidad, una mayoría en el Congreso comprada con el dinero robado de los impuestos, un sistema de justicia que protege la impunidad y persigue a quienes combaten la corrupción, y una sociedad civil reprimida, perseguida y obligada a exiliarse. Esto incluye operadores de justicia, fiscales, periodistas, activistas y militantes de mi partido político, el Movimiento Semilla. Pero recientemente vemos una gran oportunidad en estos últimos meses con mi partido político. Recientemente ganamos un proceso electoral muy complicado en donde con el próximo presidente de Guatemala, Bernardo Arévalo, llegamos con una consigna clara de pelear en contra de la corrupción, a favor de la transparencia, porque para nosotros pelear contra la corrupción es pelear por la democracia y la libertad. Así que este momento es importante para nosotros también poder tener todo el apoyo posible, porque al perder una democracia en el país bajo regímenes de corrupción, también se gana una dictadura y eso no lo podemos aceptar.
Thank you very much, and we are going to shift exactly to your point about how we can support reformers when they come into power, and this, Guatemala is just a very good current example, as you described very, very well. Now let's hear from TI, Transparency International UK. Duncan.
Thank you very much. To the credit of the British government, it does not just champion, but it models civil society participation in major international fora, notably the UN Convention Against Corruption Conference of State Parties, and that's something which we certainly hope will be embraced more widely in Atlanta later this year. So it seems somewhat unfair, therefore, that when many countries' bold aspirations this week aren't checked by voices here from civil society, that the representative of the British government has to listen to my own critique. But I'm here for that. We have this year, in the last 18 months, had some very welcome breakthroughs since the invasion of Ukraine, challenging the impunity with which Russian oligarchs operate in the United Kingdom through improved public company ownership registers and openness about asset ownership. These reforms, which did appear in our National Action Plan, have been 7 years in the making. And we in civil society have worked very closely with government officials and with those in Parliament conducting pre-legislative scrutiny in the development of those proposals, which were then legislated for at lightning pace as the circumstances demanded. But strengthening our own democracy has not been achieved through open government processes in recent years. The past 5 years or more in this area, the government's focus has been on either preventing disruptive protest or what they call securing the ballot through voter identification requirements. There was no evidence of the need for the latter, but since its implementation, there is plenty of evidence for thousands upon thousands of voters being suppressed in elections. This is not exactly something out of the OGP playbook. Civil society's efforts through the Open Government Network in the UK to include integrity in public life in the National Action Plan have been thwarted. You look at the current National Action Plan and I ask you, where is public participation? Where is lobbying transparency, including that of think tanks? And when we look for improvements in ministerial disclosures, we've had a welcome announcement from the government only this summer, but it has been extracted over the last 2 years through a process operating entirely independently of the open government process. So we've heard a number of times this week that there is a lot more to democracy than elections, but I can't help but observe that the 5th National Action Plan in the UK is now under the stewardship of its 3rd Prime Minister, without elections having taken place. And so questions about how it is seen as a means of accountability are, I think, misplaced. And I think at the root of this problem is this sense in government that the National Action Plan is an ominous measure of accountability rather than an opportunity to make progress. So my urging, my recommendation to you is that government should embrace co-creation of national action plans on their citizens' agenda, knowing that ultimately what they deliver is still within their control. In doing so, they would benefit from a constructive space to develop potential reforms, as we've seen on illicit finance in the UK, so that those reforms are, to borrow a phrase, oven ready for when the moment comes that the politicians are wishing to enact them.
Great, thank you very much. So we're now going to hear from the Minister from the Gambia. As I mentioned, the Gambia is joined us this morning as a not yet member, but we're really keen to hear from you, Minister, having participated in your first summit, your perspective.
Well, thank you very much. Let me, first of all, thank the government of Estonia for hosting this important summit and also the organizers of this Open Government Partnership Summit. I'm sure those of you in this room who have been following events in the Gambia would realize that in 2016, there was a landmark event that brought to an end 22 years of, dictatorship, through, the election and demonstration of the power of, the citizens in terms of, exercising their, right to vote. It was an event that many people thought was impossible, but it did happen. And since then, the new government, embarked on some reforms, which I want to quickly, talk about. And this first one was the, truth Reconciliation and Reparations Commission, because a lot of atrocities happened during the 22 years. And as a country, we felt that an account should be given with respect to what happened, on, people's rights, disappearances that took place with a view to, reconciling. So it was a very, sensitive, commission, but it did take place. And after the submission of the report, government adopted it, and as we speak, the recommendations are being implemented. There was another commission which looked into the assets of the members of the previous regime, which we call the Jane Commission. And from that commission, a lot of forfeiture took place regarding the, wealth that was amassed by key members of the, previous regime. Again, to, ensure that what happened in terms of human rights violations not to happen again, a National Human Rights Commission was set up, which is actually, an independent body. And it's a body that is actually, as we speak, checking government to make sure that in the actions of government, no human rights violations, take place. Of course, the security, which was used by the previous regime to, abuse human rights, was actually considered to be an instrument that needed to be reformed, and the national security reforms also were kicked in. And a draft constitution, because the constitution on which the previous regime, was operating, had to be, reviewed. And as we speak, even though the first one failed at the National Assembly, the process of restarting it has, reviewing it has started. Fiscal transparency, reforms. In the Ministry of Finance, we have some, key reforms regarding the publication of financial, budgets and reports from the Auditor General's office, which are a requirement for government to present to the National Assembly, and it's actually, the by the work of the National Audit Office, which is actually very independent. They report directly to the National Assembly and not to any arm of government. We also recently passed a law on the access to information, which makes it, mandatory for any government institution to provide information to members of the public, particularly civil society, on matters that are of public interest. As we speak, the anti-corruption bill is in, Parliament being considered, and we hope that once this is passed, it will set, put in place a mechanism through which, corruption can be fought. If I have learned anything from this summit from yesterday, the lesson is that, yes, it's good to have these, laws, but implementing them and making sure that they are adhered to, is a challenge in, many countries. And I hope that Gambia will learn from, this lesson. Another key activity that the government, initiated with respect to open government, is the governance and leadership project, which actually allowed government officials to engage with the members of the public through an organized forum that makes it a requirement that every ministry on a weekly basis will have to face like the public through the national media. And through that, some key, questions are being raised by members of the public, and the ministries responsible will have to really answer. I want to seize this opportunity to announce here that Gambia has expressed the, intention to join open government and, the open government partnership. This is coming from our own assessment of, the criteria that we need to meet, to become a member, and we realize that we are very far, into meeting that, the set of criteria. Apart from 1 or 2, we are almost there, and we hope to use this year or 2 to really meet some of those criteria so that we will become, full members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. That's a great announcement, and we really look forward to welcoming you in the partnership. I'm glad we didn't scare you off in these 2 days. So we really look forward to joining you. And thanks also for bringing the human rights angle very strongly into the discussion. Really appreciate it. So we'll now also turn to Secretary Ganesh Prasad Pandya from Nepal. We're also very glad to have a Nepali government delegation here for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here to share some initiatives of Nepal that have given significant contribution in terms of open government democratic values. Nepal has undergone a long period of political transition after abolishing decades-long monarchical systems. Now we have a new constitution that is passed by the people's participation through the Constitution Assembly. The Constitution guarantees inclusive participatory right with special provision for the representation of not only women, but also individuals from deprived and disadvantaged groups. Let me emphasize some of the initiatives on open governance, specifically participation, corruption control, and digitalization. Nepal is firmly committed to opening up civic space and encouraging citizen participation at all levels of government. For example, local government have adopted multiple mechanisms of citizen participation, including participatory budgeting, public hearing, public audit, social audit, through which citizens directly and actively engage with officials to influence decisions and oversight activities. This mechanism allows citizens to discuss local issues, propose projects, and allocate resources to address the most pressing issues identified by the people themselves. This initiative has significantly empowered local community and has promoted ownership of development projects. Furthermore, Nepal has made commendable progress in enhancing transparency. The enactment of the Right to Information Act marked a significant milestone, ensuring citizen access to government information. The establishment of the National Information Commission has been instrumental in resolving disputes related to access to information and monitoring government compliance and transparency requirements. Furthermore, the provision of proactive disclosures of government information has made significant impact on reducing corruption and promoting openness. In the realm of procurement reform, our e-government procurement system stands a testament to transformative change compared to traditional procurement methods, which were more prone to corruption and favoritism. Through this system, the entire procurement process has become more streamlined, promoting competition and reducing the time and resources required for tendering and evaluation. Moreover, our digital government efforts extend far and wide. The Digital Nepal framework covers all sectors, including education, health, financial services, aiming to transform towards a paperless, cashless, and faceless government. Now we have 100% online tax filing systems. An online voter registration system has increased voter turnout and made the electoral process more inclusive. The growth of e-government platforms like Nagarik app or Merokita has enabled citizens to access various government services online. The National ID program is another major step. We have collected demographic and biometric data from 14 million Nepali citizens, serving as a single gateway to access a myriad of government service online, from passport to banking and financial service. Online grievance handling mechanism like Hello Government has become very popular, that receives about 200 complaints in a day. We have also initiated to make an e-governance blueprint and establish one-stop shop for integrated public service delivery. In conclusion, Nepal firmly believes that open government is not merely a concept, but a commitment to the people we serve. Let's work together to build a world where democracy is inclusive, responsive, and accountable. We strongly believe that joining OGP is a way to improve policy and practice in government transparency, civic participation, public accountability, and inclusion. We also firmly believe that these rights are integral to participation in civic life and are instrumental to other goals, including rights to seek justice and to achieve economic, social, and cultural rights. So that OGP provides a common platform, let's work together to become the member, to take a concrete and accountable action to protect civic space and uphold freedom of expression, assembly, and association. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary, and great again to hear about Nepal's journey towards becoming an OGP member. Hopefully by the next summit we can welcome both of you as full members. I'm going to just give the audience notice, because I am going to come out of the table and just hear some quick reactions from you on what you've heard. So I'm just giving you a warning, because we don't want any awkward silences, not that that's generally an issue with OGP summits. But I'd now like to turn to the governor from South Cotabato. We heard from the national government of the Philippines, and now it'd be great to hear from the one of our subnational leaders on your experience. And then I'll turn to Republic of Korea, and then we'll hear some brief interventions from the audience, and we'll move to our second discussion item and bring any others in that haven't spoken. Governor.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you also to the Estonian government. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. South Cotabato is one of the 20 pioneering OGP countries in the world and the first in the Philippines. We believe that the province of South Cotabato believes that the genuine democracies can only be achieved if we can gain citizens' trust or public trust. That is why in the open government, we strengthen the values of transparency, accountability, integrity, and citizens' participations. So through this, we believe that we can gain public trust, and we initiated open information wherein all government data and information can be accessed in our own website. Anybody can access any information and data from our government through our website. We also have open contracting, making it accessible through harnessing digital technology and the participation of the civil society organization in the bidding process. So as observers. So in local government units, we have these bids and awards committees, and we involve our CSOs, the civil society organizations, and private sectors to be involved in the bidding process through this open contracting. After the bidding process, if there is a winning bidder and the implementation, we also develop a open monitoring and evaluation with the creation of the Provincial Project Monitoring Committee composed of the provincial local government units, departments, the civil society organizations, the NGO, and the NGA. This looks into the implementation of the infrastructure projects funded under the 20% development fund of the local government units, and also funds coming from the external sources. That includes the projects coming from the national government units. So through this, we gain public trust, and we believe that gaining public trust, can generate, genuine democracy. So we see the advantages of this open partnership or open government partnership, wherein we expanded this system into the grassroots level. We organize our people in the smallest unit of the community. The smallest government in the Philippines is the barangay local government units. But we go deeper into the grassroots. In the Purok in situ level, we organize our citizens there so that it is easy for us to capacitate them to participate in any programs and projects implemented by our government. So therefore, involving them can let them feel that they are part of the government. And every projects and programs in our government, we believe that the peoples can, the citizens can feel it that they co-owned all the programs and projects in our government. That's the value of openness in the local government units. That's why I'm encouraging also some other local government units to do this, the openness of the government into the grassroots level to involve our citizens or citizens' participations in order to really gain the genuine democracy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Republic of Korea.
Thank you very much. I'm from South Korea, and I'll tell you about what Korean government is doing. And I'll say in Korean, and Emily beside me will translate it. 예, 한국 정부는 1950년 she'll translate it. 한국 정부는 1950년 한국 전쟁 이후로 전쟁의 폐허에서 성장하기 위해서 노력을 해왔습니다.
The Republic of Korea after the Korean War in 1950 have really tried to advance our environment within the domestic.
경제적으로 매우 어려운 환경에서 처음에는 경제 성장에 노력을 하였고 정치적으로 아직 민주주의가 성숙되지 않았던 시기가 있었습니다.
There were times that the economy within the Republic of Korea were very harsh, as well as the political environment as well.
이후 한국 정부는 민주적 절차를 제도화하기 위하여 정보 공개를 법제화하고 행정 절차에 국민의 참여를 의무적으로 하도록 했습니다.
So in order to systemize and institutionalize the democratic way of living for the Republic of Korea, we have mandated that all of the data that the government is producing is disclosed to the public, as well as forcing all of the administration systems to be more convenient to the public.
그런 법제도는 한국 정부의 투명성을 높이고 부정부패를 많이 줄였습니다.
that kind of act and that kind of institutionalized services has really increased the transparency within the domestic world as well as fight corruption.
2001년에는 전자정부법을 만들어서 국민들이 정부에 대해서 많은 정보를 온라인으로 쉽게 얻고 의견을 제출하고 또 문제를 제기할 수 있도록 했습니다.
And in 2001, we have enacted the Act of Electronic Government, which means that the public will be able to access all of the public services that they would like to access online, and as well as make suggestions or complain about a public service online.
최근 여러 가지 새로운 사회적 문제가 발생하면서 한국 정부는 앞으로 민간 기업 사회단체들과 더 많은 협력을 해야 풀 수 있다는 생각을 하고 있습니다.
We now think that as more fused challenges arise and are challenging the government of the Republic of Korea, we have made it a priority to work with the civil society and the private sector to solve those challenges together.
정부를 민간에 개방하고 정부가 가진 서비스를 민간 서비스를 통해서 국민들이 이용할 수 있도록 하는 부분이 지금 현재 새로운 도전입니다.
So our new plan or our new challenge is to open up the services that we are providing and also utilizing the good services that have been developed by the private sector and letting the civil society or the public use them through the private sector is one of our goals and our main priorities.
어제 에스토니아 정부 기관에 가서 에스토니아 정부가 하고 있는 많은 일들을 보았고 이번 회의를 통해서 다른 나라의 경험을 듣는 것이 앞으로 한국 정부의 개혁에 많은 도움이 될 것이라고 생각합니다.
And I truly believe that we learned a lot from yesterday visiting the main institution of Estonia, and we have a lot to learn and we have a lot to share. So please reach out and we will hope to communicate in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so before we open our second round of discussion, I'm keen, we've covered so many topics. I know it can be kind of overwhelming. We've talked about civic space and participation, accountability and corruption, environmental democracy, public service reform, elections, human rights, digital governance, grassroots participation. These are all elements of OGP that we hope add up to stronger democracies. But I now want to see if anyone wants to raise their hand and make a brief contribution, maybe either reflecting on what you've heard or identifying anything that you felt was missing, and then we'll turn to some of the strategies to support reformers in our countries. Yeah, at the back, if we have one there, and one there, and then we'll come here. We'll take those five, just the five of you, a minute each, and then we'll turn back. Thank you. I think this one here first. Yeah. Just introduce yourself briefly as well, please.
Hi, my name is Patricio Del Boca. I'm from the Open Knowledge Foundation from Argentina. And yeah, one thing, I mean, I love the panel and the discussion. One thing I think is I'm missing here, so I have like a small question, is like, on democracies, election processes are key for them, and a lot of the misinformation campaigns come from like not transparent election processes. In Argentina, like the civil society in one election needed to create a parallel process for counting votes to ensure that the way the results were communicated were open and transparent to avoid misinformation, like, I don't know, for example, like cutting like the counting in the middle and say, I win, or something like happened like with Trump in the Capitol. And so my question, or my open question here is like, what can we do in the OGP to ensure like the infrastructure in which the elections are run are open, transparent, public, and accessible to everyone?
Great question. Yeah, let's keep going. Alex.
Thank you, Joe. Alex Howard, United States. I suppose one thing we haven't heard as much about is freedom of information, right? There's this dichotomy where governments tell us what they want to hear. We've heard a great deal about opening up data online, but not as much about strengthening the Freedom of Information Acts that should be a pillar of open government around the world. In our country, we've seen our FOIA systematically starved of resources and through judicial decisions made weaker. So as we see the privatization of services that moves away from the transparency that's necessary. And my fear in hearing this is that we're conflating digital governance or open government with one another. And if we see the privatization of services, the privatization of prisons in our country, a huge issue, if that moves out of the public sphere, then there's a systematic robbing of knowledge. We also see a great deal of knowledge that's hidden away. If we talk about open access, this is one of the things that I think this administration has done a great deal with after the last one did not. And I'd say that the openness conversation, to be very careful. If you're openly lying using official political opportunities, what does that mean for what happens? At least in the place I come from, I think that openness should be proportionate to power. Right? The idea that the only person in our country who should have their tax returns absolutely disclosed by default would be our president. That is, of course, not something that we've seen happen recently. As we face the prospect of perhaps having a return, we have not seen the accountability and reforms that would make a difference to strengthen our democracy. Accountability is the key word right now, more than transparency, and perhaps we will see that. I really appreciated your frank comments at the top, as there is something of an 800-pound orange elephant in the room. And to the extent that we can engage with the prospect of more authoritarian governance in the United States, the more that you all can pressure us to meet our commitments and to be far more ambitious in enacting reforms proportionate to the risk to our democracy, I can tell you that U.S. civil society will be grateful.
Great, thank you. And we had, yeah.
Hi, my name is Natalie. I'm from Ukraine. I present Open Data Association. And as you may know, we are fighting for freedom, for democracy, and for protect not only our country, but all world. But there is a huge problem to find and identify those who support terrorism and finance war. So the huge problem, almost all speakers were talking about open data, about publicly available information. But the problem is, for Ukraine and for all of you, it's a huge problem to find and identify those who have a huge problem. I'm talking about register of beneficial owners. Unfortunately, not all of you, not all of your countries are open this register in the format of open data. So that's why investigators, journalists, non-government organizations can't find information and can't freeze assets of those companies or those individuals. So my suggestions and my a big ask for you, dear representatives of governments, to open beneficial owners registers to help for Ukraine and for your companies to identify and to stop those who supporting terrorism and Russia aggression. Thank you.
Just two more quick interventions, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Namgil Tokol Hagiri, representing the Tibetan Parliament in exile. It's an honor to be here amidst all of you. I believe that OGP is about enhancing, democratic values of pluralism, inclusivity. We've been speaking about openness, transparency, and accountability. So I believe that it's not just about the citizens who can send the political decision makers to a sabbatical period, but also about the refugees and the migrant communities around the free world, about protecting them and their values and their security, basically. So, we're looking at situations of Ukrainian refugees accepted with so much warmth and acceptability, and we're looking at so many other refugees around the world, and myself as a Tibetan refugee born in India, I think this is what I wanted to ask and raise and request and intervene about, how important it is to include the voices of refugees around the world. And I'm saying that today as a Tibetan refugee, but I've just heard honorable speaker of Nepal raise about the deprived and disadvantaged groups in Nepal, and I wanted to learn from him and request from him if he's aware of the Tibetan refugees residing in Nepal and the difficulties that they are facing in terms of their basic rights of getting access to documentation, which is so basic for any human being if they want to progress or move on or basically live.
Thank you.
So I think this is what I wanted to ask with much respect. Thank you.
We have our final short intervention. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, great. My name is Irina Rekhuyashvili. I'm from Georgia, and I work for the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. My question relates to the citizen participation frameworks that the speakers have talked about, which was extremely interesting. Which is great to introduce those frameworks in a lot of countries, and I certainly applaud it. But unfortunately, there are a lot of countries still today where not every citizen has the same rights. And I'm alluding to the LGBT plus individuals or rollback that's happening around women's rights in a lot of countries. There are also countries that are adopting and criminalizing same-sex intimacy even further, right? There are a lot of countries that are adopting those laws. So I'm curious, how do the country representatives sort of respond to that? How do we make those frameworks that you have introduced indeed equal and inclusive of everyone in the society? Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Really great contributions from the audience. And I'd, in the final part of our conversation, invite people to reflect on those. And we're very fortunate now to turn to some of the kind of key institutions that have been supporting democracy in different ways to talk about what support we might offer to reformers. We've heard some great examples from both government and civil society and some gaps. So we're keen to try and see where those might be addressed. So I'm going to just start with Shannon Green, the Assistant Administrator from USAID. Then going to call the UK, OECD, and IDEA in that order. And then I'll turn to the final round. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Joe. So as Doug was speaking, I was reflecting on the moment in which OGP was created. At that time, we were starting to see the ripples of what would become a tidal wave of restrictions against civil society and crackdowns on reformers. And in fact, it was concern over what we were seeing that really informed the approach of OGP, which is about civil society and governments working together as equals towards common and constructive ends. So really trying to reduce the demonization of civil society, an idea that civil society is always in opposition to government. So the attacks on reformers is not a new problem. What is new, though, is the breadth of targets and the range of tactics that are being deployed. It's no longer just about threats against civil society leaders, human rights defenders, journalists, but is also about civil servants, prosecutors, judges, and even politicians, as we saw so tragically in Ecuador recently. And today's reformers are contending not only with physical harassment, but also lawfare, digital surveillance, disinformation, and so much more. In other words, it is really hard to be a reformer today. At the same time, even in the most difficult context, you can find courageous reformers, and so many of them are here in this room, who are putting it all on the line to bring about more open and responsive governance. So what are we doing at USAID and within the USG with all of these dynamics at play? We have been very focused on adapting our toolkit so that we have the backs of reformers with the right assistance at the right time. There are 3 ways that we have been trying to support reformers, and so I'm going to go through all 3 of those with some examples quickly. So first, we're adopting new policy approaches and guidance that really puts individuals and communities in the driver's seat of democratic reform. So this is oftentimes discussed as the localization agenda, but it's so important to know this is more about just funneling money through local organizations. This is about shifting power to local actors and really following their lead. So USAID's new rule of law policy pivots from a historic focus on strengthening institutions and really thinking about the rule of law in a very technocratic way to a people-centered justice approach. Our first ever anti-corruption policy, which we issued last year, emphasizes the importance of galvanizing coalitions and building networks to address what is a nimble, networked transnational corruption challenge. And in support of all of these aims, we are activating all of the tools at our disposal. We often talk about this as progress beyond programs, including standing up for reformers when they come under pressure and shining a spotlight on their efforts when appropriate. And a country not to be named, the head of a Supreme Audit institution was looking like he was going to be fired for some very critical reports that the SAI issued. And the embassy came to his defense and said, we are watching and we really care. And the government did not take action against this individual, who was later awarded the Anti-Corruption Champions Award by the State Department. So that's what it means to sort of have somebody's back diplomatically and programmatically. 2, we're expanding our programs and response capabilities. So at the Summit for Democracy, both 1 and 2, we unveiled a suite of innovative programming that really expands our support to democratic reformers. To keep pace with the evolving threats and nature of the challenge, we've seeded programs like Reporter Shield, which defends investigative journalists against SLAPP lawsuits. Our Advancing Digital Democracy initiative is working to tackle challenges of digital repression head-on. ADD will offer support to reformists within government and the technology sector as they seek to build rights-respecting technology and data policies, platforms, and products. We're also working to respond with greater agility to democratic openings. We know that speed is important when there are either these windows of opportunity or backsliding. Our Democracy Delivers initiative mobilizes assistance from the private sector and foundations to demonstrate that reformist governments can deliver tangible benefits for their citizens. And again, the reason we know that is so important is because if you can't show these quick wins, oftentimes you'll lose the support or patience of the population. And so we're really trying to crowd in resources and support in those critical moments. This is paired with our Partnerships for Democratic Development program, which supports reformers in achieving longer-term development objectives democratically. We've also stood up USAID's Anti-Corruption Response Fund, which enables us to support countries experiencing an anti-corruption moment, either an opening or backsliding. And then third, we're investing in multilateral partnerships and platforms. We recognize how essential it is to replace the isolation that many reformers face with solidarity, with peer learning for collective action and for continued inspiration. And of course, that starts with OGP, which USAID has been committed to supporting since its inception. We support implementation of OGP commitments at the country level in addition to our global engagement, and we think it's that pairing or that partnership that really does yield democratic dividends. For example, in Peru, USAID's mission is supporting the implementation of OGP commitments related to public procurement transparency, reporting on social and environmental conflicts, and extractive resources reporting. Likewise, the U.S. government's involvement in the Financial Transparency and Integrity Democracy cohort is all about bringing together reformers and experts from government, civil society, and academia to advance the priorities that the cohort themselves came up with, addressing beneficial ownership, public procurement, and the enablers of corruption. The final thing that I wanted to say that I think came out of what Salil said earlier is we have to be careful about the narratives and the language that we use. We've done quite a bit of research on narratives and even testing messages in different contexts and found that sometimes our own conversation around 17 years of democratic backsliding and democratic recession becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So my final intervention is just to note that we found in our research that rooting democracy in values rather than approaching it from a transactional perspective and the values of freedom, fairness, justice, openness, the things that the OGP partnership really stands for, really is a testimony to how much those values live and breathe in every single individual and the democracies in which we work.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Really clear, practical offers of support and good advice as well on the strategy. UK.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. So as we look around the world, there are two dynamics that are concerning us. The first one is where you started, which is the trend of reversal in an earlier process towards more countries becoming democracies. And some of those examples recently are incredibly visible, like in Niger. And on a personal note, having spent much of the last 2 decades in West and East Africa, it was inconceivable to me that in the year 2023 there would be such a thing as a new Wikipedia website or Wikipedia site called the Coup Belt, just stretching the examples of coups all the way from the Atlantic to the Red Sea. And then the second dynamic that our colleague from the Open Societies Foundation spoke about very powerfully is the processes that are happening in democracies with greater restrictions and less accountability. So that's why in the UK's integrated review, which sets out our foreign defense development priorities, there's a commitment to increase efforts to protect open societies and democratic values where they're being undermined. And it's very clear to us that the only way of doing that is to work in partnership and really to have partnerships in place that are built on mutual accountability and respect, with civil society clearly being one of the critical partners in that. And that's why today is actually an important moment for us, because after a period of not providing financial support to the OGP, we've just announced that we're restarting that with a commitment of £2.5 million over the next 18 months, with a particular focus on emerging digital technologies. So yesterday in this room I spoke about what we're doing to fight against corruption and illicit finance as a danger to open and democratic societies, with a particular focus on what our Ukrainian colleagues very powerfully talked about, the beneficial ownership of companies. And I also spoke briefly about the work we're doing on the next UK National Action Plan. And I think it was interesting to hear the perspectives from Transparency International in terms of some of the life issues to be worked through. I think as a civil servant, I'm going to leave it at that. If you had a British minister here as expected, I'm sure there would be a lively debate now, which is the way it should be. But I just wanted to highlight very briefly 2 quick issues that we're also working on in the spirit of where international action should focus. The first one is the work we're doing to champion civic space around the world. So that is happening across a large number of British embassies and high commissions around the world. It means things like avoiding the boiling frog syndrome that people talked about by being quite rigorous in terms of monitoring civic space. It also means being visible so that UK diplomats are in the courtroom when there are trials of human rights defenders. But it also means to be there and to work on issues when, as you described it, the rule of law becomes the rule by law, namely when countries are putting in place proposals for legislations that are restrictive, and to support the analysis of that legislation, to work with civil society partners on that, and to raise those issues with government, sometimes publicly and sometimes privately. And then the second and last issue I wanted to flag as an importance of what we are working on internationally is on media freedom, where I wonder if that meeting that you described exists of people getting together to decide how things should be restricted. I think in practice, it's lots of different things happening in many different countries, step by step. And so a lot of the work that we're doing is actually quite micro in terms of individual organizations, individual activities in particular countries. But overall, when you add it up, it's over £500 million that we've invested over the last few years, over the last 5 years, to strengthen media freedom and to protect the free flow of information around the world. But here I return to where I started, which is the importance of partnership. And for us, the Media Freedom Coalition going into its 5th year now, is a critical partner there, which also allows me to thank Estonia as our host, who is taking up the co-chairmanship and also has been hosting us excellently here in Tallinn. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to keep moving us through OECD next and then to Kevin from IDEA. Elsa.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Open Government Partnership, obviously, and the government of Estonia for this great summit. Let me just start with what we all agree with, that democracies today are an important juncture. This important juncture is not only happening by accident, it's also because societies are also evolving. So I'm very happy to hear not only defensive or reactive attitudes to the quote-unquote backlash or backsliding, but also proactive attitudes that look at how democratic governance need to evolve to address the challenges that are affecting our societies, including, most importantly, climate, digital, and also aging, 3 factors that affect the way we should look at democratic governance in the future and revamp our models to really address these issues. We had, in 2021, a big survey that basically is based on a decade of work on the drivers of trust in public institutions, and we see those changes that affect the drivers of trust in public institutions over time. And one thing, and although this survey mostly looks at stable, long-term, long-standing democracies, they also look at some emerging economies and show that some of the new challenges affecting democracy add to the long-standing challenges and the long-standing values that we need to defend. So one of the biggest finding from this work is that, and directly concerns open government, is that today what is the biggest driver of, I would say, low trust in public institutions is about participation and representation. And we know that today it's less than 1/3 of citizens in stable countries that feel that they have a say in what the government does. So this was for us a very major finding about the new challenges that we need to address. In 2021, in parallel to this work, we launched the Reinforcing Democracy Initiative at the OECD that really aimed at looking at what are these new challenges that add to the old challenges to democracy, and that basically explain what the situation that we have today. With our members, we have organized that around 5 pillars, and we've heard about some of them this morning. One is the fight against mis and disinformation. The second one is governing green. What is the democratic governance behind governing green? What is the democratic governance behind digital? What is the democratic governance behind resilience to foreign and undue influence? And also this very important pillar that is representation and participation, that is both a pillar, a vertical pillar and a horizontal pillar to all of these issues. So we have many deliverables and many things. Last year we published a global report on civic space, and this is a very positive sign, because this global report on civic space, looking at only 52 countries, but owned by both government and civil society. So that's a very positive sign, I think. We have also forthcoming work on a database on deliberative processes, work on civic tech and how they can improve deliberative processes, an OECD Citizen Participation Index that's coming up, and many other deliverables that will also help support all of the initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And straight to Kevin.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you, OGP, for convening this meeting, and Estonia, of course. I mean, I'll stick to the instructions that call for us to share stories as to how we are championing open government principles and helping to renew democracies. And I'll share with you 3 very short stories that, on the one hand, in a way, show the breadth of the work that IDEA does. A bit of self-promotion is no bad, but also provide keys as to the different strands of work that I think need to be done, need to be undertaken if we care about bringing to life open government principles. The first story is about the work that we've done to bring about, to create the Global Coalition for Democracy, which is a work that we've done in the framework of the Summit for Democracy, and that has yielded this platform that is populated with 110 organizations from all over the world, civil society organizations working on democracy and human rights and the like, and that enables those organizations to be more effective in collaborating, to be more effective in advocating jointly for the causes they care about, and ultimately to be more effective in what they're supposed to do, which is to demand things and hold governments to account. So that's story number one. Story number two is about the work that we are doing and we have done for the longest time around the issues of the regulation of money in politics, which, as we know, is very important for open government. And here, one of the things that we've done for a long time is what we call the public finance assessments, whereby we go to a country and make a very thorough analysis of political and finance regulation and of the capabilities of the authorities that are entrusted with the implementation of that legislation, which is a key issue. And we produce a report full of policy recommendations, and then we facilitate that report to civil society groups, to watchdog groups, to independent journalists, so that they can do their job to hold politicians to account. And then story number three, and arguably the most interesting of the lot, is the work that we're doing in Nepal. In Nepal, we have been implementing for a long time a project called Coherence, with very generous support from FCDO, by the way. And this is a project that basically works with local communities and with local authorities in 2 provinces of Nepal, trying to help them to put in place procedures, protocols that enable a better participation of disadvantaged groups, such as the Dalit community and women. And this is done in a very clever way. I won't go into the details, you know, through mentors that are embedded in the community and work with the citizens and work with the local authorities for a long time. And it has been very successful in a number of places. You know, 4 months ago, I went to Nepal and I visited this local authority just outside the city of Janakpur in the south of Nepal. And it was the most remarkable meeting. You know, I was there with the equivalent of the local council at the district level, all women. And I'm not claiming that they were there because of our work. I mean, they were very impressive in their own right, but I sensed that we were part of something interesting that had happened in that community. All women, except for the chair, by the way. But that's a separate story. But the poor fellow was in fear of these women because these women were on fire. And the most interesting thing was when they told us that it was very important for them that the priorities of that local authority were education and putting in place mechanisms to prevent and respond to domestic violence. I can assure you that an all-male local authority would not have domestic violence as its priority. So that's open government in practice. And by the way, and with this I finish, all these different stories are united by a red thread. And the red thread is that the energy to bring to life open government principles and to renew democracy lies with civil society, not with governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. So we're coming to our last close, and I'm going to ask. You can see the clock is obviously turned red, which is a warning to me. But I do want to make sure that there's a couple of final perspectives. One is on young people's role in democracy, and for that I'm going to ask Chris from the Obama Foundation. Obviously, Obama, as one of the founders of OGP, we're glad that the foundation is now here. And then from TI Brazil, specifically, we know the Brazil story. We've heard it referenced, but I would like to hear from TI Brazil, and then we'll close with the Deputy Mayor from Kyiv to kind of, you've heard all of this talk around democracy. We know you're on the front lines of democracy, and I'd like you to close that meeting. So first to Chris.
Thanks, Joe. Good morning, everyone. At the Obama Foundation, our mission is to inspire, empower, and connect leaders from various different fields across the world. And personally, my mandate is on the Leaders Europe program, which is a 6-month virtual leadership development program focused on creating a cohort of young change makers here in Europe. I've personally come to know many of these leaders, and they're all focused on fighting for democracy and open government. And the main lesson that I have taken away from these people and how to best support them is through the creation of peer-to-peer networks. And by this, I mean individual connections between people, not just high-level meetings between organizations, which is, of course, very important. And in connecting these leaders directly with each other, they share their best practices on movement building and social change work, often working towards more democratic ends. And through this principle of sharing, they've found ways to best combat authoritarian playbooks and preempt attacks on their own character in a personal sense or against entire movements and organizations. And another key element of these networks that span both Europe and the entire world is garnering international support. And we've found that having this network outside your own community and your own country is a great way to bolster support, to render your movements more sustainable and more enduring and broaden your message. And I think perhaps the most important part of these peer-to-peer connections that we build is the informal relationships that exist between people. And our leaders have created a psychologically safe space where they feel like they can share their victories, but also their losses, their challenges, their new ideas, and their inspirations. And we found that through this process, reformers and activists have a renewed sense of hope and purpose and avoid burnout to keep their movements going in the long term. And finally, I'll just mention one more point, and that's the importance of youth and education, both early intervention and later in life. So getting primary school age children involved in democratic processes has been incredibly useful and shows that throughout their lifespan they remain engaged in democratic activities. And our actors within our network have also come to know that even highly educated young people struggle with activity in civil society and how to act for change. So putting on workshops and courses to engage young people, between the ages of 20 and 25, 30, to participate in their local communities has also shown to be very successful. And just in conclusion, I think one final learning we've come to know is the respect for all voices, especially in underinvested communities, is particularly important because those are the communities that often face challenges when it comes to open government and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Get all your young leaders to apply. There's regional programs. It's a great program. Maria.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, OGP, for the opportunity to participate in this debate. Well, what we learned from the recent Brazilian experience is that it takes a long time to build democratic institutions, but that at the same time, they can be destroyed so easily. So in recent years, in the past 4 years, we were ruled by a very authoritarian, populist, extremist government, unfortunately, that became more and more common worldwide around the world. And we saw that our checks and balances systems, our environmental legislations, our participatory committees, and our anti-corruption institutions that took decades to be built actually were pretty easy and fast to be destroyed. So, as a civil society organization that kept working for the democratic resilience, even in this context of shrinking civic space in Brazil through the past 4 years, we have learned many lessons, but I try to summarize these lessons with you in 3 points of what kind of support is needed for those working in the front of democratic resistance. So the first lesson that we've learned through the past years working in Brazil is that international cooperation should support those in front of democratic resistance, and it must be done fast. If you are an environmental defender working in the middle of the Amazon rainforest fighting against powerful economic interests, if you are a journalist revealing a corruption scandal in the authoritarian government, or if you are a civil society organization working to disentangle sophisticated networks of misinformation, for example, your life can be in danger. And you need to be protected to protect democracy. And also this must be done fast, because democratic backsliding also happens really fast. The second one is that even when the federal government is anti-democratic, and we see shutting doors for civil society cooperation in the national level, there's always space left for democratic resistance in the local level. So what we saw in the last years was that Brazilian state governments and also municipalities were leading reforms on transparency, open data, and anti-corruption in the local level. So international cooperation must also acknowledge and support these local reformers that are not always remembered. And finally, the last one is that we need to make authoritarian lives harder. So what we saw was that some institutionalized mechanisms that we had that guaranteed transparency and participatory mechanisms, for example, were harder to destroy. And we need to guarantee these institutions. So for instance, our access to information law that has 10 years already was under attack in a daily basis, but it was not easily taken down because it was a structure and, well, a legislation. But instead, other decrees that guarantee, for example, participatory committees that were also so relevant were more easily taken down. So we need to think of not only building, of course, a strong public sphere, but also powerful democratic institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really excellent intervention. And now I'll give the final word to the Deputy Mayor of Kyiv. Over to you.
Thanks. I speak Ukrainian. Я дуже дякую за можливість бути присутні саме тут. Дякую Естонії, дякую за те, що мали можливість прослухати про те, як кожна країна відкриває уряд, відкриває демократію для своїх громадян. Україна зараз бореться за демократію саме кров'ю. Україна відстоює демократію життям своїх людей. І наш сусід не сприймає демократію, наш сусід буде завжди тиснути на нас, чим більше ми будемо демократично розвинені. До повноштабного вторгнення Україна зробила величезні кроки для того, щоб стати демократичною країною. У нас проведені були реформи. Ми ввели електронне урядування, електронний бюджет, бюджет участі, петиції, відкрили електронні декларації, зробили дійсно велику кількість змін в законодавстві для того, щоб стати максимально відкритими. Але ще на той момент ми прекрасно розуміли, як скільки б ми не відкривали інформації для людей, скільки б ми не давали доступу, в тому числі в електронній системі, з громадою потрібно комунікувати. Комунікувати напряму, комунікувати особисто. Навіть подаючи інформацію в електронній системі, не завжди ми впевнені, що громада зрозуміє саме так, як ми цю інформацію подамо. І знаєте, ми створили відкриті простори саме для громадського сектору, де почали з ними спілкуватися, де громади вчили нас, ми вчили громади, ми знаходили точки дотику. І під час повномасштабного вторгнення 24 лютого всі громади були разом і об'єдналися, бо вже на той момент довіряли один одному, і саме 24 лютого ми всі почали працювати разом, і ми не розділяли уряд, чи громадський сектор, чи це волонтери, ми всі стали єдині, тому що була повна довіра. Для того, що демократія, права і свободи чим сильніші і чим чіткіше виписані на законодавчому рівні, і чим більше вони відслідковуються, тим більше влада отримує допомогу і підтримку від громади. Звичайно, зараз війна, ми не можемо провести вибори. У нас мали відбутися в жовтні вибори до Верховної Ради України. Військові дії не дають можливості нам це провести. Громади не можуть збиратися на мітинги і демонстрації, тому що це небезпечно. Звичайно, в багатьох містах не можуть проводитися консультації за круглими столами, не можуть проводитися відкриті слухання або збори, тому що це є небезпечно для громади. Тому ми прийшли до того, що ми максимально почали застосовувати ті механізми, які були для нас нові. Електронні системи демократії, повністю перенесення в електронний режим всіх документів. Це можливість голосування за рішення в електронній системі. Ми почали в Києві дерусифікацію вулиць. За кожну вулицю перейменування голосує 400-500 тисяч киян. Це лише в один день. Ми знаходимо ті механізми, які неможливі були б, якщо б не почалася агресія, але мені здається, що ми зараз на тій межі, коли ми не маємо втратити ті здобутки, які у нас були до 22-го року в розвитку демократії. Я звертаюся зараз до всіх європейських країн, до всіх організацій, які підтримували розвиток демократії в Україні. Війна якраз і є зараз тією можливістю, щоб продовжити реформи. Ми не можемо зупинятися тільки тому, що ми відстоюємо країну. Ми можемо якраз зараз змінити максимально те, що ми не змогли змінити до війни. А саме завершити боротьбу з корупцією, завершити судову реформу, завершити ті основні процеси, які точно дадуть можливість дуже швидко нашу державу повернути в розвиток і будувати її далі. Я дуже дякую за можливість бути присутньою тут, за можливість вас всіх слухати і дякую вам за підтримку.
Thank you so much. It's an incredibly powerful way to end this session. I really appreciate everyone's contributions. There's all the ideas and power in this room. If we could harness that for this topic, I think we have a good chance. My final request is please leave as soon as possible through these back doors if you can. There's another session coming in. Thank you, everyone.
Dear guests, thank you for attending this session. The programme in this hall will continue in 15 minutes. Please get some fresh air in the meantime.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I think we're still waiting for a few people to join the roundtable. Welcome to the high-level roundtable on realizing the ambition of open government in the years to come. And that, of course, very naturally links to the new strategy of OGP. So we'll be testing the people we have around the room on what they think is needed to make that strategy come alive. My name is Paul Maassen. I'm the Chief of Country Support at OGP, and I'm glad to see so many familiar and new faces around the table of champions and reformers of this agenda. Before we dive in, let me share where we as OGP and as a global community are on our journey of open government, where we come from and where we're going. The last decade or so, I mean, we keep saying in the first decade of OGP, but it's actually the first 12 years of OGP by now. OGP has grown in many ways. It has grown in the number of members. We started out with about 45 members, now we're 76, but we also have more than 100 local members. More and more branches and levels of government are involved in this agenda. More themes are being covered. In the early days of OGP, a lot of the commitments were around open data, access to information, fundamental elements and pillars of open government, but over time, that agenda has widened substantially to open justice, to climate, to the digital agenda. And the community has grown fundamentally in size and in strength and in interconnectedness. We've also in the first years demonstrated that the core model of OGP works, and that sounds simple, but I think it's important because when we started out, the idea of co-creation, the idea of an equal partnership between government and civil society was something we wanted. We couldn't necessarily prove it was something that worked. Now, 10 years later, we can say with confidence that when government and civil society work together in co-creating, actually work together in co-creating commitments, you get more ambitious commitments. And if they continue that collaboration, you get even better early results. But for that, it really has to be an equal partnership. And the third thing we know, and that is the backdrop of our conversation today, I would say, is that in those 10, 12 years, the world has become much more complex and daunting. We've seen a period of prolonged democratic backsliding on top of the systemic challenges we already had to deal with, whether it's climate change or the conflicts we're seeing, the inequality which is persistent, and the pandemic that came in as well. Hi, Chiara. So the challenge in front of us and the challenge we had as OGP when we started developing our new strategy with all of you was we have proof of concept, we have a community that is connected and strong, but for open government to become the norm of how government is done, we have to reach a different level of scale and impact. And how do you get there? So that is what the ambition was of our new strategy. And if you look at that, where we landed was we wanted to keep what is good, the idea that co-creation between government and civil society actually is how you should be doing government down the line because it gets you better government, and add what is needed. And if you look at our strategy, just to give you a quick summary, I mean, many of you have been around for the last 2 days, there are 2 elements in there that I think are important for this discussion. First, is that idea of advancing open government to all the branches and levels of government. For example, local government is so close to the citizens, to the services they experience every day. You have to include them if you want to rethink how societies work and to make it more transparent and inclusive and accountable. The second thing is we have to advance not just on these ideal starting principles of open government that we were discussing back in 2011, which are still pillars of open government, fiscal transparency, access to information. But part of that complexity I was talking about is that we now also know how to bring in inclusion, transparency, and participation in climate change, in digital governance, in access to justice, in gender, in inclusion. So that is what we have in front of us. And what we will do as a partnership, because this is very clearly a strategy for the partnership, is to keep what is good, as I said, but also to test out new approaches. So what we think we need is not just at scale to branches and levels, we also need to invest collectively in inspiring many more people in government and outside government that this is a path worth exploring. We have to invest in brave leaders inside and outside government that have the ability to take some of these reforms to success. And we have to prioritize the countries and the moments when big steps forward are possible. So very explicitly, our new strategy is a strategy-wide partnership where each member, national or local, government or civil society, in a way needs to step up to make our ambition real. What we have in front of us is daunting, but it's also incredibly exciting because as you've all been walking around in this beautiful location the last couple of days and have heard so many stories from different people, this is a community full of stories about the potential of open government. Each and every one of you has one, two, many stories to tell about what you get if you work together and if you do things differently. We have an impressive set of people around the room from government and civil society, national and local, supportive partners, international partners. And we're going to open up in 2 rounds on 2 big questions. And because we have so many people around the table, I would like to urge you, and I know it's difficult, to keep your interventions to 2-3 minutes. If we all do that, there might be an opportunity for a second intervention. If we don't do it, then it's one time only. Round 1 will focus on current ambitions and priorities. And the question is, what is the open government ambition in your country, in your local jurisdiction? And what are the current or planned transformative reforms you're excited about and you want to share with the people around the table? And where do you see your government or your organization lead or contribute towards the rest of the partnership? So what can you bring to the collective? That's round 1 that I want to open up with. And I have a list of people I want to call on to open it up. It's always difficult to be the first one to open it up. But before we go there, we have a video message from the Minister of Indonesia that wanted to be with us, but couldn't be here. Could we have the video, please?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 Open Government Partnership Global Summit is an opportune moment to invigorate all OGP member states to promote the value of transparency, participation, accountability, inclusion, and co-creation with all elements of non-state actors. The government of Indonesia consistently renews its commitment in mainstreaming open government values through all phases of the development process by putting forward co-creation and collaboration with all elements of stakeholders and civil society. As a concrete example, since 2013, Indonesia has promoted the values of inclusivity by providing the free legal aid services. Through close collaboration with legal aid organizations and civil society organizations, the government of Indonesia has aided around 95,000 economically disadvantaged citizens. The government of Indonesia is also committed to expanding the scope of legal aid recipient for other vulnerable groups. Our milestone in open governance cannot be separated from our best practice in other strategic areas, notably open contracting through an electronic procurement system. Indonesia provides an accessible e-complaint channel for the public to track fraud and other unfair practices in public procurement, which contributes 12% of saving from national spending per year, and promotes an inclusive procurement process by involving micro, small, and medium enterprise as provider with race, the total transaction value up to $18 billion in 2022. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we all need to collaborate to encourage and broaden the spirit of open governance. Each stakeholder needs to lead on delivering best practices of open governments, co-creation, and high trust among government and the society is an enabler to solve crucial development issues and fulfill good governance. Thank you.
That was the Minister of National Development Planning of Indonesia, and Indonesia is one of our founding members and has been consistently showing leadership in this partnership. They're still a member of the steering committee as well. Let's open it up, and I would like to first go to you, Minister Economy from Albania, for your thoughts.
Thank you so much, and I'm very pleased to share my opinion, my thoughts about what we have done in Albania and what I consider as the ambitions and priorities for this period. So the first thing that is very important in my point of view, that what we have done in Albania is co-creation. But co-creation means that you have to create it with a real structure and that need to be function for a long time. So the co-creation has been a process in our country that we spent some time in thinking about and also playing it very well. When all the representatives of civil society have to sit together with governmental agency and international partners of development and to think about which are the most important areas that we have to work together under the principle of open government partnership. And after that, we have considered that what are in the priority of the country development that are linked with the strategy of the country need to be considered as something that need more inputs from the civil society. So in our agenda, the first thing is justice reform and digitalization, and then we came with other important areas like tourism, environment, and energy. But for the sake of open government partnership, the thing that is related with the justice reform is so important that need to be mixed in a way with digitalization. And this was the main focus of how we can involve civil society in these areas that they can contribute and benefit from it. So the first thing that was considered is that, yes, we are going to digitalize all the services of public administration in Albania, but do all the people have the possibility of the equal access? So perhaps we have to develop, in line with the digital transformation, tools that we can enable people to access the services. And this started with discussing with different partners of development that were in the country how to create chat box or how to create voice boxes in order that people, regardless their age, can be able to apply for these public services. The other thing that was very important is how we are going to tackle the anti-corruption. So we know that we have preventive, punitive, and awareness approach to corruption, but anti-corruption, but in all these areas we have to use digital tools, which makes very much able the civil society to see what the government is doing. And from the other hand, they create some possibilities for the people to access justice. And so in any moment that we have thought about the legal clinics, legal act clinics, legal law clinics, we have to have this information anonymous, but also open, that other people can see what we are doing and how we are doing, which is very important from in our point of view. When we started with thinking about how we are going to involve the civil society in agriculture, which is one of the areas of very important of development of Albania, then we thought that perhaps we have to go in line with some of the EU regulation and EU guidelines. And one of the important things is the creation of local action groups. And local action groups are there not only to help farmers, but also the community of women or those people that are dealing with everyday activities in agriculture and in the rural area. So how to make the rural community more involved in the decision-making in agriculture. And through LAGs and also through the examples, how they can be, in a way, digital, but because we are using social media, we have created energy for LAGs to be more extended in the territory of the country. And this is because in our co-creation, we have used very strongly the communication with civil society. There is a lot of things to be done, but I think that one of the areas that is flagshipping in Albania is gender budgeting. And because we've had this fiscal transparency in the pipeline, and because we've done a lot of things in fiscal digitalization, in e-bills, treasury digitalization, and I'm sure that in all countries this is in a pipeline, we have been able to involve civil society and women organizations in the budget planning. And so nowadays we have more than 65 budget lines that have a budget perspective. And now you can discuss with civil society even then how well we have to consider investment in the water and sanitation in the gender point of view. And civil society is able to give outcomes out of this result because they can see the budget, they can see the expenditure, and they can see in which areas the budget has interfered. So they can create a perspective in their own. And I think that if I can say one thing that is important in open government partnership, a part of it's co-creation. Co-creation, this core mechanism that has been created is so important for going on. And because the society is developing with or without our help, but they are developing, and we have to take care about this developing. And meanwhile we are taking care, we have to take care about democracy. So this is what I think about.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your personal leadership in Albania to advance this agenda. Let's travel to Chile and hear from the President of the Chamber of Deputies from Chile.
Thank you so much. It's a really pleasure to stay here. I will speak in Spanish because it's more easy for me. Nosotros llevamos 10 años en Chile en la conversación sobre gobierno y parlamento abierto. ¿Cuál es el desafío para responder a la pregunta? ¿Cuál es el desafío que tenemos hoy? Ya no nos basta con parlamento abierto o con gobierno abierto, queremos un Estado abierto. Y en mayo, a propósito de la Semana del Gobierno Abierto, lanzamos la Mesa Nacional del Estado Abierto, y esto incluye también al Poder Judicial. Por primera vez, la justicia, que en Chile es un poder muy autónomo y muy independiente. En Chile hay plena separación de poderes, eso es algo que funciona muy bien. Ellos se han sentado a la mesa para iniciar el 6º plan de acción, esta vez del Estado abierto. Ese es el principal desafío que hoy tenemos. Yo quiero aprovechar la oportunidad de reflexionar con ustedes que toda la agenda de transparencia, de participación, de co-creación, en fin, tiene ciertas ventanas de oportunidad para producir esos cambios. Porque nuestras instituciones son rígidas, ¿no?, por definición. Y cuesta hacer los cambios. Y muchas veces cuesta la autorregulación. Pero hay momentos donde la política ofrece ventanas de oportunidad para hacer cambios. Y digo ventanas porque son cortos tiempos. No es eterno, no es permanente. Hay momentos para hacer cambios y otros momentos donde ya es más difícil hacer cambios. Y creo que los momentos donde Chile más ha avanzado en la agenda de transparencia, y yo diría que en las últimas décadas Chile ha avanzado mucho en los rankings. Si ustedes miran comparativamente los rankings, Chile es un país que ha dado muchos saltos en favor del gobierno abierto y del parlamento abierto. Creo que los escándalos políticos han servido como un buen escenario para poder hacer grandes modificaciones, donde se ha abierto la puerta como nunca a la sociedad civil para que sean parte del proceso de la nueva regulación. Es decir, el mundo político entiende que, siendo protagonista de algunos de estos escándalos, no podemos entonces ser quienes fijemos las nuevas reglas. Por lo tanto, se convoca a la sociedad civil, y así se ha hecho, en dos grandes oportunidades, se convoca a la sociedad civil para que académicos, personalidades destacadas de la sociedad chilena, hagan recomendaciones y consejos al presidente y al Congreso. Esto ha resultado muy bien. Chile ha logrado dar grandes saltos escuchando a la sociedad civil y entendiendo que la política en los momentos de escándalo tiene que dar un paso un poco atrás, tiene que retroceder para abrir espacio a la sociedad. Creo que esos son, termino con esto, la oportunidad del Estado abierto es leer muy bien cuando aparezcan estas ventanas. Y cuando aparezcan estas ventanas, aprovechar la oportunidad de legislar todo lo que se pueda. Y eso es lo que, por lo menos en la experiencia chilena, ha funcionado.
Muchas gracias. I think the idea of open state is something that is really shooting root in Latin America, and it's very much part of the conversation there, and I think it's a very interesting one to watch for the rest of the world. Let's travel to South Africa. Minister.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. Let me first appreciate the opportunity and wish the work of the Open Government Partnership all the best as we transcend the countries of the world and as well as partners in the work of driving good governance. As you may be aware, that South Africa has also been part of the first to join the Open Governance Partnership, and therefore has been influenced by, of course, the past. But without dwelling on the past, what becomes important now is that with the experiences that we've enjoyed as a country, we have had to constitutionalize some of the open governance principles, ensuring that people participate. Remember, our struggle was that of a government for the people, by the people, and of the people. So that just that notion alone drives just how government responds to issues of public participation. No policy can be, no law can be approved in South Africa without extensive public participation, which takes roughly 2 years before you can say, now this is an agreed piece of legislation. And therefore that is more to build confidence in the system of lawmaking. But in governance, if we were to make or talk to the few examples that we are currently handling, the issues of corruption, which tend to dissuade and frustrate citizens. We just held a commission, which was commonly known as the Zondo Commission, because it was headed by the Judge Zondo. And out of that work of the commission, an anti-corruption strategy which fuses a number of institutions together has been formed, the Fusion Center, to try and work deep in following up on the cases from the commission, but also as government institutions looking at the laws and the gaps that would be there in the system, close those gaps. And as such, in the public service, we have now what is before the nation, the professionalization of the public service framework, which has been established by our National School of Government as a response to ensure that the public servants work in a manner that is in line with what the Constitution dictates. The Batupili principles, which means people first principles. Those principles are about being consultative, being responsive, being open in the true sense of the word. And therefore, the framework, some aspects of it respond to the Commission's findings. We are now delineating a professional public servant from a political party political leader. A clear delineation is in front of Parliament now. We are amending the Public Service Act. We are amending the Public Administration Management Act. So we are using all at our disposal to try and respond to the current challenges, but to also give meaning to the prescripts of the Constitution as parties to this. So the principles of co-creation, we may not be good at reporting, but there's a lot of work that we are doing on the ground. Of course, working with civil society. The budgeting in the country, there's usually a week full of consultation before any budget statement is made. Organizations of civil society, and just sectors, consulting sectors. And we must say our president is committed to engaging the public, and as such has a program that is called Izimbizo, where he would go out in person to communities, engage with them on challenges they're meeting on the ground, make the cabinet ministers account on those issues that communities are raising right in public.
Excellent.
So we're trying as much as we can, but yes, there will always be challenges for as long as people live.
Absolutely.
And they need people to respond to them. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And it's a pleasure listening to you. And it's, you know, of course, we, as I was saying when we were chatting before, of our founding members, we expect for sure to live up to our values and principles, which is not always easy, but I think you shared some really interesting examples. The Schools of Government one is an interesting one. It's part of our strategy. If you want to reach scale and impact, being at the basis of training the principles to civil servants is very important. So thank you, Minister. I have to warn you all that I'm not very good yet in keeping to time. Our first interventions were a bit longer than I'd asked for. Nothing to worry about yet, but I have to perhaps become a bit firmer in stopping you. I don't want to be rude, but I will have to play my role. Let's go to Slovakia to hear from Slovakia.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to the Estonian government for hosting us. Thank you, of course, to the OGP. As an OGP point of contact for Slovakia, I can share my working level experience as a civil servant. Currently, we have just concluded our co-creation phase of the 6th National Action Plan, which we are hoping that will be adopted by the government by the end of this month. In the National Action Plan, we are pursuing areas in which we have long-standing tradition, such as beneficial ownership transparency, open data, or whistleblower protection. However, we are opening up to new areas, which we are very excited about, especially public participation throughout new innovative deliberative methods, or measuring of the open government on national level, or media freedom and protection of the journalists. However, one of the elements of the new OGP strategy has been resonating with us throughout this whole year, and that is the expansion of partnerships in pretty much every way possible. So we have been doing a lot of work on that. For example, we have a great cooperation with OECD, which is helping us on the development of our own national open government index. Thank you for that. we have also incorporated domestic commitments made by the Slovak government at the Summit for Democracy initiative. So we will be working on that as well. And I'm very happy that despite Slovakia being a small country, we already have 2 OGP local members. One of the regional government members or representatives are here with us today. So this is something which we are very proud of. So despite having covered basically all of the levels of governance in Slovakia with Open Government Partnership, we are still now discussing how can we make this collaboration even more meaningful. There's still a lot of work ahead of us, especially when it comes to strengthening relationships or partnership between the government and the civil society. However, where I think we also have a lot of work to do is expanding the open government bubble to other ministries and institutions in Slovakia, bring them in, include them in, and I'm really happy that we have the support of the open government community, the worldwide open government community, and the Open Government Partnership as well. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. And you must have done this before. This is nicely just under 3 minutes. Excellent. And touching on a few very important parts of the new strategy, I think that that idea of to scale, you need partnerships with other domains, other platforms, whether it's the OECD or the Summit for Democracy, as a way to reach new places, I think is incredibly important. Let's turn to you, Administrator Cunahan, to hear from the US perspective.
Well, thank you very much. As one of the founding members of OGP many years ago, we are pleased in the United States to be back rejoining the steering committee. And I want you all to know that we intend to be full and active partners with all of you to bring the expertise that we've seen around the world, to collaborate with all of you. I will tell you that the agency that I run is a domestically focused agency. Our job is to do the operations of government. That includes all the shared services of government. And that includes a lot of technology, a lot of procurement, and other things that really underpin people's trust in government. But we're collaborating very closely with our friends at the State Department and the USAID, as well as folks at the White House. So we come to this as a multi-agency, cross-functional team that is very committed to this. And these 3 organizations and the leaders of these organizations are all champions of this work. I want you to know that. And we intend to put that to good use. GSA is the home of the Secretariat. Happy to report that in the last few months we've got funding to do more, and we have built up a team. Many of them are here with us this week. Our intention is to find new ways to engage with civil society groups, get their feedback and get their alignment so we can make real progress on our NAP commitments. Now, it's especially important to me to figure out how we communicate these principles to talk to the public about things that they care about. To take these sometimes grand ideas, certainly values that we as democracies around the world share, but to make them tangible for people. We know that less corruption is a tangible benefit. We know that greater fairness is a huge benefit. We know that that all leads to economic opportunity. We know that that leads to more innovation and empowerment of our people. We know that leads to more freedom and respect for human rights, respect for privacy, provides security. We know these are things that our people care about. And so sharing best practices that have worked in your countries, we want to learn from you. We know this especially applies nowadays to technology tools. These are challenges and opportunities that we all share. We're the home of doing that in the United States. We know that there's a lot to learn from other parts of the world, and so we are very, very interested in getting your feedback. I will say that this all boils down to one word, and that's trust. Trust in government, trust in democracy depends on us getting this right. So we are very eager to engage with you on this.
Thank you, Administrator. Welcome back on the steering committee. And as you know, we expect from members of the steering committee leadership, as I said it before, both at home and abroad. So it's great to see that you have internalized that and want to show that leadership also at home. Let's hear from US civil society, actually, and from our representative from the FACT Coalition.
Great, thank you for having me here. Thank you, Administrator Carnahan. The FACT Coalition is a coalition of more than 100 state, national, and international groups committed to financial transparency and open government. So it's great to be part of this conversation, particularly as we've heard as a through line from our U.S. government representatives that the U.S. is taking a closer look at its role as being a destination for some of the world's corrupt funds. We are the leading jurisdiction for providing financial secrecy to the world, and it's something that I know Secretary Yellen has admitted as part of the Summit for Democracy. So this is a really important conversation to have, not only in terms of what the U.S. can be doing at home, but what it can be doing to support democracy and open government internationally. So I want to reflect a little bit on what the U.S. is doing and what we're excited about on the anti-corruption front particularly, and then maybe talk about some ways we can better incorporate civil society into the process. So the U.S. is making important, if targeted, gains on the anti-corruption front over the past 2 years. It's been a big focus of the current administration and really advancing in the spirit of the OGP agenda. Particularly when it comes to the beneficial ownership frame. We are advancing our own beneficial ownership directory, while if not public, is still an important tool for fighting corruption through anonymous U.S. shell companies. This has been a core ask of our coalition, but also a core focus of the U.S.'s anti-corruption strategy, which was released in 2021. In addition, the U.S. has been taking a closer look at procurement. So thank you again, Administrator Carnahan, for your work on Section 885 to make sure that there's broader transparency in beneficial owners behind U.S. federal contracts. But we need to make sure that these gains are properly successes and that they can be formalized and protected in the years to come. In addition, we're thinking a lot about the role that U.S. civil society and more broadly has to play in creating, co-creating these agendas and helping these policies become more firm processes. And there was a letter circulated by U.S. civil society from the Digital Democracy Project that goes into detail in the ways that the U.S. can better improve its commitment to its national action plan. So I won't go into depth there. But the big through line is particularly about trying to formalize processes, whether through a federal advisory committee or otherwise through existing federal processes to make sure that the U.S. is meeting and improving upon its commitments under the National Action Plan. The last thing that I'll say is that the U.S. will be on the international stage in December in Atlanta with the UN Convention Against Corruption Conference of State Parties. So this is a great opportunity for the United States to continue demonstrating its leadership, both on anti-corruption, but also on open government, because open government is such a core part of delivering anti-corruption for our people. And so as part of that, we see a whole of government interagency effort as a core part to make sure that the U.S. Can actually deliver, again, for not only for our people, but for the global community. So just a few points there. We're looking forward to the U.S. Treasury hopefully implementing the Corporate Transparency Act, the U.S. Beneficial Ownership Law, in a way that ensures strong access not only for U.S. law enforcement, but for our international partners to better support the fight against corruption. We're looking forward for the United States to finally crack down on enablers, particularly in the real estate sector and private investment sector. And again, revisiting procurement, particularly looking at Sections 885 and Section 847, part of this under the General Services Administration, but also with the Department of Defense to make sure that U.S. procurement can actually be more transparent. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Erica. Excellent. And I think that leadership on anti-corruption is really important. It is one of those topics that you need to tackle in a lot of countries at the same time for it to really work. So I think the UNCAC moment in December is really important. And another country that has shown a lot of leadership on that topic through the years is the UK. So let me turn to Kevin.
Hi, everybody, and yeah, thank you to the organisers and thanks to the OGP for organising this also. So my name's Kevin Keith, I'm the chair of the UK Open Government Network. In terms of the UK's position, I suppose when we're currently on our 6th National Action Plan, and in context of the 5th National Action Plan, I actually said it's an open government emergency. This was in 2021. And it wasn't hyperbole, it actually felt critical because we'd had a number of government scandals and the UK itself had, for the last 3 rounds, if you like, of national action plans had defaulted on relative things like timing and things like that. But what kind of excites me, which was the question, was the reaction of civil society and continues to be the reaction of civil society, that no matter how big the challenge, there are those happy to repeat, the famed sort of Obama, yes, we can, when there are those who would rather we did not. That no matter how severe the suppression or unjust the actions, there are those who are willing to keep going until fairness is heard. That no matter how many seek to shut down opinion, or close doors on scrutiny or shut out opportunity, there are those who will respond with the words open, open, open. So what excites me is that we're still here. And if anything, in the UK at least, we're becoming more organised, we're becoming more challenged, more determined to make a difference in this area. So when the strategy comes round, we're ready. And so that's absolutely critical. And I suppose to some extent, the other thing which matters is that we have been here before. I went back just through the sort of, through the ages. 2013, Cabinet Minister, UK, possibly in a forum like this, said, transparency and open government are ideas whose time has come. That was in 2013. What happened? We're now in 2023. It's more relevant than ever. So again, I would say that we're on this agenda, and the language is right in the open government strategy. And I welcome Paul's comments yesterday. The language was of urgency. The language was of this being critical, of holding ourselves to account, of driving this agenda. So I welcome all of that. I think it's really positive. A couple of other things, and a couple of other reflections. So yes, absolutely number one, the resilience and strength of civil society against all the odds sometimes and the lack of resources. We're here, we keep going, we're not going anywhere. The second thing is that OGP local, I think, is a really interesting dynamic. There is no doubt that when you are a federal or national government and your citizens are down here, the gap is too big. We're using the wrong language. But at least at a local level, you can reduce that gap. What's interesting is now national governments should be listening to local governments. How are they doing things differently? How are their participatory processes different to what we're doing nationally? Because if they're closer to communities, the chances are there are lessons coming out of there that we can learn from. So that's exciting. In the UK, we have Scotland and Glasgow are both OGP local, doing some brilliant work around financial transparency. We have Northern Ireland, strong MSF, doing some really great stuff. We're hoping to get Wales to become OGP local too. So I don't think there's anyone from Wales here, but keep putting pressure on Wales. So that's another thing. On to commitments. Listen, I think that it would be fair to say that at times in the UK over the last sort of 5 or 6 years, it's been challenging on open government. When it comes to civic space, we have had real issues with regards to various bills that have restricted civic space. Just look at the Civicus Monitor. We were completely downgraded. And equally on corruption, we've been downgraded too. But there are positives. We continue to do great work on beneficial ownership. Obviously we launched the first sort of database in 2016. In 2022, we updated that to include overseas entities. Controversial law in the EU, there's a big debate raging in terms of privacy. Well, we're kind of outside of that in the UK, for right or wrong, whatever your views. But we can continue to lead on beneficial ownership. I think that's important that we do. And we have done some work related to sort of other corruption measures. We continue to do great work on some of the classics of open government, like open contracting. We continue to do work in that area and overseas development assistance. Another area which kind of excites me is that we have a commitment around diversity and inclusion. We're trying to actually bring together a group of people that will view all commitments that come through the national action process in the UK, and they'll be able to make reflections on those almost through a lens, if you like, to some extent. It really matters. Listen, we're not all affected equally by the commitments and policies that governments introduce. We've got to make sure that we are hearing those who have completely different experiences. Just a couple of other things. I've mentioned the language. It's really important, and I think US colleagues said the same, that, you can't, this is not just a logical argument. There is an emotional and an instinctive argument to what we're doing. This matters to people's lives. We've got to tell that. If we talk about process, We won't win against those who are using emotion and instinct to get their messages across. We've got to use a similar language. It really matters. You can't go up against emotive and instinctive politicians with a language of logic. It just doesn't work.
Thanks, Keith. That's I think, a beautiful notion to close on. I'm not sure if you wanted to close, but I think it's a good. It's a very important point, and I think one thing you brought in your message was that we're still here. I think is what you used, and I think it came up in conversations yesterday as well. On the political side, there's ups and downs. There's support for this agenda. It goes down a bit. It comes back. There's champions. Champions move on. But the stability of this agenda and the push for this agenda comes from civil society that's there every day of the week to keep the pressure on and to be a constructive partner as well of governments. Final one in this round, coming to you, Olga, to hear from Ukraine.
Hello to everyone. My name is Olga Ivazovska. I'm representative of all Ukrainian NGO, and I'm not fighting against corruption. But it doesn't mean that my organization and my colleagues are not very active, because we are working on democracy field, rule of law, and accessibility of the data. At the same time, we are focusing on disinformation, resources and services across this topic, because it's a part of Russian aggression, and it was started as it was used as a tool for many years ago. Many years ago, in 2015, NGOs used Open Government Initiative as a tool. The idea is the ideology about openness for initiate inside Ukrainian parliament our own campaigning for openness, all data about political decisions, transparency of the parliament, MPs activity, and so on and so forth. On those days, even few committee of Verkhovna Rada, Ukrainian parliament, had websites, and it was a very bad position, because Ukrainians didn't have any access to this information, and it was not usable for regular people. Now, Ukrainian parliament, before full-scale invasion and its own site, web portal was very informative. And it was used by Ukrainian investigators, journalists, regular citizens, and so on and so forth. But we have to speak not only about future and about past activities, because Ukraine is very well developed in digital space. You know that our DIA applications and state in our pockets are very well known all over the world now. At the same time, we have to focus on security issue, because data registers, private data has to be secured and defended against those sites who can use it or misuse it from abroad. First of all, I'm speaking about those countries which are using this type of power to fight against democracies inside other regions. And first of all, of course, I'm speaking about Russia. After full-scale invasion, our state had to close all registers. I'm speaking about court decision, all information about citizens, all information about branches of the power were closed just because of accessibility for Russia, and we didn't know how many territories could be occupied and how many people will be under the dangers just because everything were open, like who were active, who represent self-government bodies. And you know that Russians had a blacklist for those who had to be killed and destroyed as a personalities just to stop resilience from the ground. At the same time, during next months, civil society in Ukraine started fighting for the openness of the registers, because frontline is more or less predictable. We have to find right solutions in between war and democracy. That's why we don't want to step back from the openness. I'm speaking about electronic declarations of our public servants, our MPs on the local, national, and so on level. Just a few days ago, Ukrainian parliament adopted new law about openness of electronic declarations, but they decided to close it from public for 1 more year. So these declarations will be under the government control. At the same time, we as civil society journalists will not have any access to this data. And why we are fighting and protecting the idea to have this type of openness, because during war period, it's the darkest time for our society. We need to protect and prevent any ideas to have access to corruption or use corruption against societies during wartime. Ukrainian civil society receiving more than 50,000 of signatures during 24 hours and apply to President to ban this law and to vote again for the new act without this period of inaccessibility of the electronic declarations during next year. So that's why my statements was mostly not about open government partnership strategy and idea, but first of all, I want to highlight that democracy is not a state of being, it's a process of becoming. The same about openness. That's why even during wartime, we need to save our reforms, progress in an openness area, and do not use anyone to use this wartime period against openness of the data, information, and accessibility to different type of participation of the citizens in a government, in a governing and management processes in the country.
Thank you, Olga. This is beautifully put, and I think it's, you know, the last couple of days, all of us at different moments have been inspired by all the stories from Ukraine, how you keep up the collaboration, the focus on your values, the freshness and the ideas keep coming as well from Ukraine, which was a very inspiring part of the partnership already before the war started, and even more so now. So thank you very much. We'll go to the... Yes. I wanted to go to the second round, but if you want to respond to the first...
I also from Ukraine, and if it's possible, I want to a little bit show...
1 minute.
Okay, yeah, please. Yeah. Okay, and I want to show one example also. I was the head of the Public Council Minister of Justice during 2 years before the war. And I have another example with collaboration with government, with Minister of Justice. And the one of the opportunity and examples, for example, in our country, in my country, in Ukraine, is the Public Council. It's a good example to be collaborated, to be together, and it's like open government. And also Public Council is a permanent collegial elected advisor body established to ensure citizen participation in the formation and implementation of state policy. Also the main function is public control in different directives and different draft laws, draft documents. It's also about cooperation. It's about open public discussion together with authorized, with different department of minister, for example, of justice. It's expertise of draft national program. For example, my colleagues was expertise and I was expertise of national strategy of anti-corruption for several years in Ukraine. It's organized together different open roundtable, civic society and representative of different department of Minister of Justice and other things. Also, it's working group, our colleagues from civic society included to the working group of the government, and it's also a very good tools to be connected and give a lot of propositions like civic society stay like authorized together with authorized in the government.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
this is a good example.
Thank
yes.
you. Excellent example.
Yeah.
Sorry for cutting you short, but we have a lot of people still around the table that want to speak. So I want to switch to the second round, which is a bit more about the enabling condition. What is the support needed to make this ambition and these ideas of open government come alive? What is the role of international organizations as well in doing that? There was already a reference to the UN, to the OECD, etc. So we'll switch gears there. In this second round, I want to first hear from, let me check, my colleague from Norway.
Thank you very much. Before I start to answer your question, I think it's also from a Norwegian point of view very important to stress the issues that many of the earlier speakers talked about. It means to implement the civil society in the work in the government. And as a Norwegian, we have a long tradition in involving the civil societies. Sometimes the OGP secretaries think that we are not clever enough, but we are do it in our own way. And we have a long tradition, as I mentioned, with involving the institution. We have a system with the public studies and reports. It means that we involve all the organization when we produce these reports, and this is a very important platform of our decision makings. So many different organizations are involved in this works, and we also have a long tradition in. I have to mention that because I think it's very important that we have a long tradition in the work with the social dialogue. It means that we involve the trade union, the business organization, and the authority in a tripartite collaboration. And it's covered so many of our inhabitants, of our people in that work, because they are representing so many people. And in many ways, this work is institutionalized. So I think in a way to bring trust in the society, to bring economical equality, this is a very important part of the work. But I think that to give the civil society access to information about to give them the authority access to all the information the civil society has is very important in our decision makings, because they are vulnerable for they are very important for our decisions makings, because all these organizations, they know the people, the life of the people, and the way they live their life. So when we take the decision, this is important. But the other things is the opposite, that is important also for them to contribute in the decision makings when to give their information. So this is, I think, a very important thing of that. But we also see that giving people access to decision making, it increased the trust in the society. And loss of trust is a big problem, both in our democratic country like Norway, but I know that that's also a big challenge in most of the countries. And we see that loss of trust, it's a very big contributor to the polarization of our society. And we also see that not all people, all groups in our society are able to contribute to the decision makings. There is some very well-organized group which can participate in all this decision-making process, but we also have vulnerable small group which is not possible to do it. And this is also the big challenges connected to the polarization. So what we're going to do to cope with these issues is that I would like to mention that I think that OGP is a very important part in this contribution, of course, among others. But also, when we are dealing with our national action plans, we have been very clear until now with the work with the plain language, the way we are communicate with the ordinary people, but also to involve groups like immigrants, gender equality issues, and so on. And in our next action plan, we have a new challenges for ourselves. Is that like all other countries in Europe and in the world, we are going through a very hard digital transformation. And we see that much of our public services are digitalized. I think that about 90% of our inhabitants use public digital services today, but we have 10% who don't do it. And what are we doing with this person? That will be the great challenges in the coming years. And I see that Paul wants me to stop now, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, State Secretary. And I think Norwegians are always very modest, and I think through the years, Norway, also one of our founding members, has done some of the most amazing, innovative work around open government, sometimes inside OGP, sometimes outside OGP. But the work you've done around bringing trust back into the bureaucracy, and the work you're doing around plain language, for example, I think is truly inspirational. So that is your contribution, I think, definitely to the partnership. Let's turn to you, dear colleague from Senegal, Chief of Staff of the Minister of Justice.
Bonjour tout le monde, vous me permettrez de parler en français, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur le Président. Après vraiment nous être réjouis de la tenue de cette session et saluer l'ensemble des personnes, des personnalités ici présentes, nous, en tout cas, en ce qui nous concerne au Sénégal, pour la réalisation des ambitions du PGO, nous sommes partis d'un postulat et d'un a priori. Toutes les valeurs et les ambitions du PGO ne peuvent s'épanouir que dans un cadre de paix, d'état de droit, de paix et d'expression des libertés. C'est pourquoi nous sommes conscients, dans un premier temps, au niveau local, chez nous, au Sénégal, de faire de telle sorte d'avoir un environnement de paix, de calme, d'expression des libertés, fondamentalement. Parce que ça permet tout simplement de faire sorte que tout ça puisse réjaillir dans la sous-région. Une sous-région que vous connaissez tous, assez tumultueuse en ce moment. C'est pourquoi nous voulons, exemple, d'être aujourd'hui les références en matière des valeurs du PGO. C'est ça qui va permettre aujourd'hui que tous les pays qui nous entourent puissent également aller dans cette même dynamique. Et ça, pour le faire, nous avons dans un premier temps, après avoir créé cet environnement favorable, ce terreau favorable à l'expression des valeurs du PGO, nous avons dans un premier temps également, au plus haut sommet de l'État, essayé de créer un engagement ferme. Donc l'État du Sénégal, en l'occurrence le président, son gouvernement et l'ensemble des institutions sont engagés vers la réalisation des valeurs du PGO, fondamentalement et de façon assez résolue. Et ça, nous le faisons comment? Nous le faisons en étroite collaboration avec la société civile, mais également avec le secteur privé. En quoi faisant? Avec la société civile, nous, au Sénégal, la société civile et le patronat, excusez-moi, ne sont pas que des partenaires, ils sont des collaborateurs. Tout ce que nous le faisons en rapport étroit avec la société civile, mais également avec le secteur privé. J'en veux essentiellement, pour exemple, récemment, nous avons organisé ce qu'on appelle un dialogue national, inclusif et sans tabou, sur lequel nous avons convié l'ensemble des acteurs de la société qui sont venus s'exprimer librement sur tous les sujets, ce qui nous a permis aujourd'hui de tendre vers des élections présidentielles prochainement, l'année prochaine, apaisées et transparentes. Ça, nous l'avons déjà réalisé au Sénégal. Qu'est-ce que nous avons fait également aujourd'hui? Nous avons fait de telle sorte que les valeurs et les ambitions également du PGO épousent nos priorités. Tout ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui, avant même d'intégrer le PGO en 2018, nous les avons fait sur la base des valeurs du PGO. Donc aujourd'hui, ce n'est ni plus ni moins qu'une continuité par rapport à ce que nous faisons. Voilà nous comment nous faisons aujourd'hui, en tout cas, pour faire de telle sorte qu'aujourd'hui, l'ensemble des valeurs du partenariat pour le gouvernement ouvert se retrouve véritablement dans ce que nous faisons au Sénégal. Et deux exemples rapidement, sur le domaine de la justice, nous avons créé ce qu'on appelle des maisons de justice et du droit, qui, dans les quartiers, dans les zones les plus reculées, s'occupent du contentieux quotidien entre les voisins. Nous avons également créé ce qu'on appelle une commission de médiation et de conciliation. Ça veut dire simplement qu'aujourd'hui, nous ne faisons pas qu'aller vers la justice quand il y a des contentieux entre les gens. Nous avons des commissions de médiation et de conciliation qui, culturellement, parce que c'est de notre tradition, nous permet aussi de décrisper les tensions qui peuvent naître entre les acteurs. Nous avons genré également tout ce que nous faisons. Tout ce que nous faisons au Sénégal est genré. Nous avons aujourd'hui le genre dans nos institutions et dans nos politiques publiques. Tout ce que nous faisons est genré au Sénégal. On ne peut rien faire sans la présence des femmes au Sénégal. Mais nous avons également fait de telle sorte que la société civile, le secteur privé, toutes les associations et regroupements soient représentés dans les institutions électives, mais également dans les institutions de conseil. Donc c'est pourquoi nous avons au Sénégal deux institutions phares. Nous avons le Haut Conseil des collectivités territoriales. Nous avons également le Haut Conseil des collectivités territoriales, dans lesquelles la société civile et également, le secteur privé sont dignement représentés. Voilà aujourd'hui, nous, au Sénégal, le contexte dans lequel nous évoluons. Et puis, comme je le dis, en tout cas, nous sommes conscients d'une chose. C'est en prenant les ambitions du PGO que nous allons traduire à travers des réformes pour accéder à des résultats que nous aurons véritablement des résultats impactants. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. I think it's inspiring to hear the stories, how it goes from the values to the very concrete houses of justice in the neighborhood. I think that is very inspiring, and I think it's important for the partnership and for the region, for Senegal to continue to stay calm and play its leadership role. Stanley, can I turn to you to hear from you?
So I will start my intervention in two contexts. One, what has enabled the environment in Nigeria, and I'll make 3 quick points of what has enabled us to succeed in Nigeria. The first one is identifying the right partners in and outside of government. That was critical in how we have advanced the successful commitments that we have made. And those partners within government form our reform champions, who then advance our arguments within government, and they lead key government institutions. These are very reform-minded reformers within government. The other champions that we identified are civil society organizations who work to support and advance the work that the champions within government are doing. And these civil society organizations are very knowledgeable. And one of the key things they do is not just to say we're here to support, but also to say that these are the concrete ways in which we can support the work that needs to be done. So they weren't problem identifiers, they were solution providers in that sense. So that has helped build trust between civil society and government and helped advance the work. But they also have the needed resources to support the government people to deliver on the things that they've identified. So it's a combination of knowing what the problem is, but also knowing how to solve the problem, and offering to solve the problem has really helped in the Nigeria case. In terms of how we think that international partners can help, I give an example, and this reminds me of the OGP summit in Georgia. We had gone into a meeting where one of the donors was talking about supporting civil society to advance the cause. And I said, the cause you're looking to advance is not even there. Why don't we think about how we support the government to actually solve the problem? And what we have seen in the Nigerian example, and for the successful commitments that we have seen, is we have seen our international partners say to both civil society and government that we are willing to work together, either to put the technical resources on the table or to put the financial resources needed to solve the problem. And we have seen tremendous progress in this regard with what we have done with our BO reform, our beneficial ownership reform, a combined effort of both government, civil society, international partners like the OGP support unit, the DFID, the World Bank, right? That partnership kept everybody on their toes because there is timelines for World Bank support, there is timeline for DFID support. It meant that the government was then time-bound. Nobody could delay. Same has applied to our fiscal reform policies, and we have seen that partnership where we have all said, let's all work together to open our budget process. And we have had international partners like International Budget Partnership step in to say, we will support you within this timeline. That's adding timeline to that process keeps everyone on their toes. So these are some of the ways we have sort of built that collaboration between civil society, government, and international partners to help us achieve some of the progress we've seen in Nigeria.
Excellent, Stanley. Thank you very much. Very concrete. I like how the international dimension brings technical and financial support, but also pressure, in a way, of how it is structured. And you're also very modest because you have been instrumental on government side and civil society side in delivering it. I'd like to turn to my colleague from the Basque Country in Spain.
Hi, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to share with all of you our experience and our situation. I'm going to speak in Spanish just in case they need the translators. Yo, como habréis visto la mayoría, soy directora en el gobierno vasco pero aquí pone País Vasco. Pone País Vasco porque nosotros venimos como OGP local, pero somos una OGP local un poco diferente al resto. En nuestro proyecto estamos los 3 niveles administrativos más cercanos a la sociedad, conjuntamente creando un modelo común de gobierno abierto para todos los vascos, todos y todas la ciudadanía junta. ¿Por qué? Porque los que conocéis un poco el sistema político español, el País Vasco es un poco especial, tenemos muchísimas competencias que afectan a la ciudadanía en su día a día y es importante la colaboración de todas nuestras administraciones para dar respuesta común y conjunta a aquello que solicitan. Somos un país muy pequeño, somos 2,5 millones de habitantes, 2 horas de trayecto en coche de punta a punta, con un idioma el más ancestral de Europa, que es el euskera, del que nos sentimos muy orgullosos, pero tenemos una costumbre muy grande en nuestra tierra de colaborar codo con nuestro vecino, colaborar codo con codo con aquellos que realmente necesitan ayuda y aquellos que pueden ayudarnos. Nos necesitamos. Yo soy de un pueblo pequeño, Urnieta, que está en Guipúzcoa, vivo en Amorebieta, que está en Vizcaya, trabajo en Vitoria, que está en Álava, para el Gobierno vasco. Me afectan las 7 administraciones diferentes, las 7. Y me importa saber qué es lo que va a poder hacer mis padres en Urnieta, me afecta qué es lo que va a pasar con mi hija en Amorebieta y me afecta qué es lo que pasa en Vitoria, que es donde trabajo. Me da igual cuál de las administraciones me dé una solución. La quiero y quiero saber todo desde un punto. En eso, todas las administraciones somos importantes y tenemos que responder conjuntamente a la ciudadanía. En euskera hay una palabra que muchos de aquí me habréis escuchado más de una vez, que es lo que rige OGP Euskadi, que es auzolana. Auzolana significa trabajo de barrio o neighborhood work. En inglés os he escuchado a varias personas hablar de la importancia de lo local. Hoy me acompaña a mí la copresidenta por la parte civil de OGP Euskadi, que es miembro del Consejo de la Mujer de Bilbao, pero participa en todo lo que es la creación del modelo de gobierno abierto en Euskadi, porque tiene un punto de vista diferente que se puede replicar en Bilbao y se puede replicar en Urnieta, un pueblo de 5.000 habitantes, o en Abaltzizqueta, que tiene 200. Nos da igual, pero la ciudadanía necesita una respuesta. Cuanto más cercano es el gobierno, más decisiones suyas afectan directamente al ciudadano. Más soluciones diferenciadas podemos dar y tenemos que empoderar a toda esa ciudadanía, organizada y no individual, a que participen. Tenemos que enseñarles a cómo necesitamos que participen. Tenemos que crear open escuelas, escuelas abiertas a la ciudadanía, para que aprendan cómo pueden ayudarnos. La administración es distinta y cuanto más arriba estamos, más compleja es la participación con nosotros y tenemos que acercarnos más para crear un clima de confianza entre todos. Sí que me gustaría matizar una cosilla y es que nosotros lo que hemos intentado es esos 3 niveles administrativos, crear el clima de confianza necesario entre nosotros para, en el camino que estamos construyendo, llevar esas políticas de colaboración con la ciudadanía, pero también entre nosotros, a otras políticas que igual no están dentro de OGP Euskadi, pero que sí que pueden afectar a Agenda 2030, en el que todos llevemos a cabo juntos un camino en auzolana. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We have about 15 minutes left. I have 3 speakers here on this side of the table, and I think next to our colleague from Slovakia, we have Juan Carlos as well. Doesn't have a nameplate, I think, so I can't. Okay, I'll try to figure that out while I switch to you. Juan Carlos from Colombia, new steering committee member. We have 15 minutes left, so please really try to stick to 2 or 3 minutes.
Really short. Lo voy a hacer en español. Me siento un poco más cómodo y aprovechando que tendremos el co-share y la presidencia en España, practicamos algo de español para el 2025, que nos vamos todos para España. Bueno, no, yo quiero empezar mi intervención. Hago parte de la Fundación Corona, una fundación que tiene más de 60 años trabajando por reducir la inequidad en Colombia. Es un orgullo poder hacer parte de la sociedad civil y estar en la misma mesa sentado con diferentes gobiernos y miembros de la sociedad civil. Creo que esa es la magia de OGP. Debemos hacer un gran esfuerzo por proteger este espacio. Definitivamente vivimos en momentos desafiantes, muy desafiantes para las democracias. El autoritarismo, las noticias falsas, el populismo son una amenaza constante en nuestra región sobre todo. Y si queremos derrotar estas amenazas, definitivamente debemos fortalecer nuestra institucionalidad. Instituciones fortalecidas hacen la gran diferencia en el mundo y son las que son capaces realmente de entregar resultados reales a la ciudadanía, que es lo que están esperando. Y para eso es que debemos fortalecer el gobierno abierto y los pilares de gobierno abierto en el mundo. Debemos tener mejor y más acceso a la información pública, menos barreras a la participación, más innovación para tener un Estado efectivo e inclusivo. Para eso es el gobierno abierto al final del día. Yo quiero contarles 3 ejemplos de agendas que me emocionan, que hemos venido impulsando en la región, y quiero compartirlas hoy porque creo que ojalá esa puede ser una gran forma que la comunidad internacional apoye para que esto se dé. La primera es que debemos acelerar el gobierno abierto en el mundo. Y para acelerar el gobierno abierto en el mundo debemos medir. Veo que hay una digamos, gran voluntad de medición. Eslovaquia creo que ha avanzado bastante en eso, la OCDE está ayudando con capacidad técnica, y si no medimos, no podemos entender cómo administrar y en qué debemos mejorar. Nosotros estamos haciendo un gran esfuerzo para medir. En este momento estamos construyendo con el gobierno nacional una forma de medición en donde podemos entender si un gobierno nacional o una alta corte o el Congreso de la República tiene equipos para el gobierno abierto, para impulsar los pilares de gobierno abierto, o si tiene presupuesto o lo está asignando anualmente, o si tiene recursos que son tan importantes para fortalecer esta agenda. Entonces, creo que la medición es muy importante. Surgió hace unos días en las primeras mesas si deberíamos tener un índice internacional que midiera gobierno abierto. No sé si es lo que necesitamos, pero son preguntas que debemos formularnos en este momento. Y para terminar, Paul, sé que me estás mirando, creo que es fundamental instalar capacidades en los gobiernos, instalar capacidades en los funcionarios públicos, sobre todo de carrera. Estas personas que se mantienen en el tiempo, que entiendan muy bien los conceptos, que entiendan las capacidades que van a tener, que puedan expandir el mensaje y una cultura organizacional que nos permita permear todas las instituciones con esta agenda. Y por último, y para terminar, no estamos haciendo nada si no construimos comunidades. Las comunidades son fundamentales, debemos tejer comunidades. Un colega de Panamá me decía ayer, Juan Carlos, necesitamos reunirnos más de una vez al año. Necesitamos compartir conocimientos, casos de éxito, de fracaso. Si compartimos los casos de fracaso, podemos tal vez ahorrarnos un tiempo y tal vez copiar los casos de éxito a nivel internacional. Cierro hasta ahí, pues gracias.
Gracias, Juan Carlos. Newly appointed member in the steering committee, so we'll be seeing and hearing a lot from him in the next couple of years. Thank you, Juan Carlos. Let's turn to you, Alessandro, to hear from the perspective of the OECD what they have in mind to support the open government ambition across the world.
Oh, in 3 minutes. No, thank you very much. 2.5. I actually had a very beautiful and moving speech that obviously I cannot do. But I wanted, first of all, to celebrate the achievement. For me, it's wonderful to see that we are in a room with South Africa, United States, Colombia, the beautiful Basque Country, etc., etc., etc. And we talk about open government, we all know what we're talking about. We know that these are public sector reforms inspired by the principle of participation, accountability, transparency, to be done in collaboration with civil society. This was not the case 12 years ago. And I'm saying it because I work in an institution that has worked exactly on these principles for probably almost 70 years. But still, they were not called open government, they were scattered, and their impact was much more reduced. So the beauty of the OGP, you put together a group of concepts and an amazing group of people to achieve, I think, amazing results. So I probably gain a couple of minutes because I'm being nice. Now, this is the nice part. This is amazing, and every OGP summit is a celebration, brings us a lot of energy to go on and to continue. At the same time, I really believe that this is the most important session of the summit, because we know that we haven't yet realized the ambition of open government, and the ambitions from the very beginning were to change the culture of the entire government, once and for all, which is why, by the way, the OECD definition of open government is a culture of governance, first and foremost. And second thing, I'm really happy to see, for example, that the GSA is here, because the other thing that we haven't yet managed to prove is the impact of open government reforms on things like better policies, better services. We know it's good for democracy, and that is not a small thing, but we want to also show that this actually makes policies and services better. So, and I'm running, but I'm happy to talk to you after the session if you want more details. We at the OCT believe there are two ways that this can be done, and it's fully aligned with the OGP strategy, to which we have contributed, thank you to your invitation. Two things. First, countries should now accompany the OGP action plans with a no-open government strategy or policy. Call it however you want. This has to be a national document, like the education policy, the industrial policy, something that your ministers can discuss in the Council of Ministers with your Prime Minister, with your President. And why is it important? Not only because it gives political momentum to the reforms, but also because a policy, as you know, in every country, is the only document that affects the entire administration at all levels of government. So if we want to realize the concept of open state, I will not get into it, but there is a discussion of who invented it. We think it's us, others think so. Anyway, we all care about it. That is a fundamental tool. Second thing, and I will close, if you want to show impact, well, we all know how to do it, you need to measure. And to measure, you need to collect data. So at UCD, we are soon, we will be launching the new indicators on open government. We are working with amazing countries like Slovakia to do this, but also others. We are testing it. Hopefully, we will provide you with a set of indicators that you can use to start proving the impact of your reforms. So work on a strategy, and if you Google OECD Open Government Strategy, you find our blueprint. Link it with your OGP action plan for the implementation and measure impact, so you can go back to your minister, go back to your president, go back to your citizens to show the results of your activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alessandro. Perfect. And the OECD is one of our most important international partners because you're so complementary. And I think, agree with everything you said. Laura.
Great. Thank you. This is very stressful now. I've like cut off everything. It's almost like bullet points. I think the first thing I just wanted to say, and we, like many of you, have been involved in OGP from its get-go, is it's not just about ambition, it's also about strategy. It's not just the shiny new toy, it's really about prioritizing and fulfilling those commitments that you've made. And a lot of people have already talked about it, so I just want to double down on this issue of access to information as really being critical as one of those building blocks. So I had a lot more to say about that, but I'm going to move on because there's one or two other areas that I very much want to touch on, and that's a focus on gender transformative actions. And a lot of you have mentioned this, but I don't think we're doing it enough. Gender actions in our plans should be the norm and not the exception. As part of advancing ambitious plans, I really call on every state and every civil society group that's supporting states to view these plans through a gendered lens. While we clearly cannot tolerate commitments that would negatively impact women, we similarly should no longer accept commitments that don't proactively advance women and marginalized persons to benefit with OGP and engage in it. And frankly, as long as women and marginalized people are not prioritized, then we as a community are failing. We're failing the goals of open government partnership. I also just really want to say that we are dealing with an epidemic right now around the world, and that is not just the epidemic that we got through of COVID, but of taking away women's rights, and particularly women's rights to bodily autonomy. And there's some red lines in OGP around authoritarianism, and I would call on the Open Government Partnership and the committees to start thinking about whether we need red lines when it comes to women's rights. Finally, in my closing 10 seconds, I'd like to give another shout out to OGP Local and to all those champions that are making the principles of open government real in practice in their states, cities, and townships. No time to talk about it, but the Carter Center is working with 35 cities around the world. 200 million people are covered by these to help them reach women with essential municipal services. I've been inspired by these mayors. I've been inspired by all of you and your teams really around three issues or three ingredients: innovation, intentionality, and commitment. And if we can harness these three ingredients, I believe that we will see incredible successes over the course of the next years with open government. And let me just say, I did that in 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Thank you very much.
That was impressive. And the Carter Center has been really important for OGP, but you personally as well, as a leader of the topic. And I think you challenge us again now, just in these 2 minutes and 11 seconds, on something to think about how we can move on that. Finally, we launched today a partnership for democracy and accountability with the European Commission, also an important partner where it comes in shared values and objectives. So the final 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes is for you, Chiara.
Thank you, Paul, and I really thank OGP for allowing me to be in this meeting. I must say, I'm sitting and you're all sitting in many, many multilateral meetings of the kind, and this has been the most engaging and interesting for a long time. And I say it, and I really mean it. And I think probably the reason is that I feel there is trust. It's a group of reformers, of politicians, or more civil society, also more technical figures like myself, who are really committed to get back on track and fight against autocratization, get back on track on open government criteria and standards. So that hate half of my speech, but this was also to say that trust, I very much agree, is the key word in everything we do here. And in order to achieve this, we need partnerships. Hence, the partnerships also launched today on democracy and accountability with OGP, which will work in 7 focus countries in full ownership of the government and co-creation with civil society. And that's the way to go. In a 30 seconds, how can we go about how do we as European Union operate externally? And I don't have time to explain what we do domestically now, but externally, it's partnership with governments. We have, I think, 2/3 of our bilateral partnerships with governments include specific governance and democratic governance, justice, rule of law programs. But what Paul said at the very beginning, I think, is crucial. We need to ensure that these elements are integrated across the board, across every policy area and partnership that we developed. I have a beautiful example. I don't have the time to develop. We have been working with Senegal in a joint political dialogue on accountability around the COVID time, also this reinforcement of the Supreme Audit Court. That's just one example of what we can achieve when we really integrate governance element in everything which is done. The second element is really the civil society, and there I think that regular, meaningful participation is key, and we have to walk the talk. So with our delegations, we developed in all the countries what we call civil society roadmaps, which really sets this regular dialogue path, and I think are a good starting point, albeit insufficient, to really build this trust and also sometimes facilitate the dialogue with the civil society actors. Important, someone said, we always talk to the same people. That's very true. We really need to involve every quarter of society. As Commission and Commissioner Rupilainen, and I'm sure will mention in the closing remarks, we are really focusing right now on engaging and partnering with youth. Young people, we never have had such a strong youth cohort. I think in Africa 60% of people are below 19, if I'm not wrong. But these are those who still, when you survey, will tell you that they believe in open government, they believe in democracy, but they are at the same time those who feel disenfranchised. They feel that they don't have the capacity or the power to participate and influence or enter into politics. So I think it's very strategic and important to develop our partnerships also with young people in a non-tokenistic way. And with that, I'm 3 minutes and 50 seconds, so I was very bad. But I really like to thank you.
Thank you a lot, Chiara, and I really feel bad for pressuring you all a little bit, but there's a lot more happening still this afternoon, and I don't want to keep you waiting. And I think it's to me personally, quite inspiring that the values and the commitment and the energy of open government is so deeply ingrained in all of you that even under pressure, you are focused, committed, and inspiring. So well done. The strategy we have is incredibly ambitious. It goes, Alessandro, to what you're saying. We want to make open government the norm of government across government. And we've made good steps, but we need to really step up in the years ahead. And I think the basis that you've all shared with us, the ideas you've shared, will get us a long way. So thank you very much, and I'll see you in the rest of the afternoon, somewhere outside.
Dear guests, thank you for attending this session. The program in this hall will continue in 30 minutes. Please get some fresh air in the meantime.